actually keep yourself in the top 8. Same goes for the prize pool too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the prize money is one thing, but you're playing for glory here. Prize money, glory, and the chance to be featured by so many spotlights moving on to the SEA Games. And take a look at that. It's national pride we're talking about. Playing to be become that national treasure with Thailand, two teams representing Vietnam as well too. Majority of these teams are having two teams, except for the teams that have been relegated down. And like what Chu mentioned earlier on, that would be Malaysia's second team who did not make the cut forward, as well as Brunei.
Yep, and both Timor-Leste teams didn't make it when it comes to the top 16 as well. But in case you guys have no clue who are participating, for the Thai first team is going to be coming out, most of them, I can say almost 100% or 90% of them coming out from Vampire Esport. The Thai second team mostly coming out from Infinity. Vietnam first team coming out from the Xaviers. Vietnam second team coming out from SLD lineup, including also one player which is going to be the subs of V Gaming, Paragin. And coming out from Philippines, we do have PBE, and then a second team of Philippines also. Okay, Shai, we're gonna well, on the fly we're gonna have a bit of introduction of all the teams, but we do have 6 matches to be played here. We're talking about triple Erangel, starting off with only one Sanhok. As usual, it's gonna be only one Sanhok, but they double Miramar and ended up with a 3 Erangel. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 format here for the map's distribution. But speaking of Erangel, right, the teams that are actually dominating around Erangel will have a big advantage in this.
I agree. 3 maps of Erangel. I mean, arguably the most balanced of the match. So this is kind of a fair split, I'd like to say. And I have to say that I like this sort of rotation. Usually they go back and forth, never having the same map concurrently one side of to the other. But this time round, this makes sense. Think about it. If you are fresh out of the boat right after Sanhok, which, let's be honest, you have zero control within the map of Sanhok, but you get onto Miramar, and then you mess up the first Miramar map, you can immediately reset and imply the game plan you want to in the next Miramar. And same with goes to Erangel, because back then when you're rotating these maps every matches, you kind of have to reset your mind to a different map, and then comes back onto the same Miramar map. You're starting over already. So I don't know. I kind of like this on the mental front.
I mean, like, great, yeah, when it comes to sort of map rotation, it's always great to have different maps. But at the same time, it's all down to the flight path and circle. And the circle these days, the flight path these days, I recently casted the wildcard as well. It hasn't been great. I'm talking about really very out of ordinary circles. Plus, nobody wants to play for placement anymore due to the point system these days, not as much as you can actually gain from eliminations. And the circle has been really incredibly painful. We're talking about not that much space to play with, so little land, and there's so much water ratio in it as well. So I'm looking forward for this kind of circle. It'll be really fun to watch. But that's the thing, Keith, even though we have the rotation of the map, but it's something out of anybody's control for the circle and the flight path too.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the one thing you pointed out, that the new format system, it's amazing, right? Because although people might say, oh, it's less rewarding playing for placement now, but also on the flip side, if you think about it, everyone in the bottom half after the top 8 still have a chance to compete and go all the way up. Because why? Now nobody in the bottom half, the bottom 8, is actually garnering any points whatsoever. So they can still make the difference through the eliminations. And even if they mess up a couple of maps, they're not punished and being left and be left behind as much as you think they would be. So on the on an elimination perspective, it's much easier to be on the top 4 than it was before this.
Yeah, but speaking of the tournament itself, rather than just the point system, right? This is sort of a sneak peek for us before the PMS. So if you guys have no clue, we're just done with all the regionals, final PMPL qualifiers, and just announced for the partner team in the PMSL or the PMPLC League, PMPLC Super League, if I'm not mistaken. It's a super long name. But regarding PMSL, this is sort of a slightly sneak peek. It's not all the PMSL teams are going to participating in this one, but they are some will actually be part of it. So you guys have a clue about how the other regions will compete against the others when it comes to this type of new format coming in. So especially there are teams that are participating in the PMSL will be in here. We're talking about example of Vietnam and Thai teams, and these are the teams that we should watch out for today.
for today, and I think forever, as long as PUBG Mobile exists. Let's be honest, like these two, the moment you said the names of these two countries, you can go even down to their players, and almost everyone coming from those countries itself somehow strikes fears into everyone's heart, including the Malaysian teams. I have to be honest, we're Malaysian, so we can kind of just say that they're a scary team. We're not saying this because we're saying this because we're being objectives in person.
What do you mean? English is always so neutral. We are no nation and whatsoever, right? We are basically based in Mars, so we can't take anybody's side here. But back to the teams we're talking about. I do want to see as well when it comes to Myanmar teams. Now, recently Myanmar has been playing so well. I'm not sure how they fare when it comes to get in the mix of a bunch of a veteran teams that we talked about, like the Thais and also come up from Vietnam. But I do also want to see come up from the Bruneians. They used to be one of the best in the ISF Bali back then, competing against the PMGC teams. We're talking about 1 million, like the Moroccan teams, all the others as well, and the Turkish teams. But this time, I want to see how much will they actually push themselves, especially coming out of Brunei's first team, the only one that actually made it into, if you compare with the second team here. The first team, I think some of them are still playing for the PMPL. I'm not sure, is it the same Chewy coming up from the wildcard, but didn't make the cut when it comes to the wildcard PMPL qualifiers. Newbies coming into from Quick VIP, but this is going to be the whole team of the Brunei team that used to play in the ISF Bali last year, and they got themselves quite a result, top 3 if you compare it with all the other teams competing, which is, I have to say, high calibers. We haven't seen a lot of Brunei teams, not even including PMPL yet. They have huge potential, but it's just they're not in the pro league back then until now still.
Yeah, it's an ecosystem thing. Unfortunately, some people will get overlooked, but that doesn't mean talent doesn't come from that place. And I think you echo that sentiment well enough with the IESF, them coming in top 3. Who is this small state within the world here? And suddenly, I mean, I call them a state, but they're actually their own independent country, right? Like this small country in the entire world, and suddenly just shows up big time, top 3. I have to be honest, some of the players I do know and within the past, which I'm a bit disappointed I didn't make it through the relegations. Kizo, Bear from the Brunei squad, they used to be very, very lethal as well. Back in the days before I actually adopted like a Cambodian team, they were the one who championed it for front forward for the team I was associated with. But that was in the past. And talking about Cambodia, coming strong as well this time around with some of the veteran names that we have seen time and time again representing wildcard in the official league for the game title. Looking at Skynin, looking at Astro X, Pov has been one of the more steady players who was there when it first started in Cambodia and is still there today and still performing at a high caliber level. So that guy is an absolute veteran despite his size.
Yeah, but Cambodia first team coming out from FOD plus and Ozja Esports, if you guys have heard of it, which is going to be one of the teams that are competing as well. But coming out from Cambodia's second team is going to be a full roster of KE playing. I'm looking for teams that we haven't seen a lot, which are going to be coming out from Indonesia as well. They're not sending their Bass team all coming up from PMPL, which is going to be Boom if qualifying to the PMPL, right? But for professional league. But this time they're sending over the teams coming up from HFX Esports as well as Nam Sembilan Esports. So we haven't seen a lot of these teams just yet. Maybe they're quite of a fresh blood when it comes to a past performance of the qualifier as well. Not much of chicken they actually garnered, but we actually want to see my eyes onto on Myanmar team as well as Cambodian here. I want to see how much improvement or progress they have been made since the first few tournaments or last few seasons they have been participating within the South Asia region in the Pro League. So we want to see the standards going up. Is it still the same sort of a standard, including the teams that we do know? Are they going even further for the teams coming out for Philippines, even the Vietnam and Thais? Are they going crazy enough that actually can take C region into the eyes of the world? We're talking about shaping these players, shaping all the potential players to be one of the best in the world, not just in C region.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to answer the question to that, we will find out here in the final stage, day number 1 of the Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023, the pre-game for C game, if you would say it that. And you mentioned about Myanmar just showing up big time in the scene here, and I agree. I think Genesis has actually achieved remarkable feats in the official tournaments itself, dominating the wildcard region. But of course, let's not forget here that the powerhouse team that's still playing, the Thailand number 1, Thailand number 2, pretty much Vietnam, everyone from Vietnam, and Malaysia has got one of a strong roster as well, especially the first team with Damn Good, who is also the captain for Malaysian squad coming into the SEA Games. The entire stack is their stack, and they did win yet again another title within their own country and region. That is the MYSG.
Now straight into the game. Loving for the fact that you mentioned all the other top regions out there. That's what I want to see. Are we looking at a high quality standard that being pushed from back then? Is it going backwards or forward? But so far the flight path is not so great. Just crossing on top of Cam Alpha. Quite far off for those who actually want to drop around Bumtine, Docks, even Lakoi at this point. So it's going to be a bit of a journey, but it's still a very small map, 4x4 of an island, so it's within reach still. But the problem is always about the circle. I want to see if there's anybody want to contest around Bootcamp, because this is the first time we're looking over the sea sneak peek between the teams. Is there anybody want to contest, or there will be any clashes of a drop spot as well? So far KE has always been dropping around Bootcamp, but nobody else seems to be interested in it. But we do have a bit congested Cam Alpha as we speak. We're talking about 4 to 5 teams might occupy the same area, including GE versus Geek Family.
I guess the thought process is fairly simple. I think being in a small island, it's much harder to get in than it is to get out. So should the circle close in there, but hold that thought though, it's not as simple as it seems, because already Myanmar second team, the one's called Genesis, already on the action. West knocks one down, tries to go in for the second peak. He gets it. Now with low HP, he will be retaliated and taken out. Where's the follow-up for this one? Can they come in?
It's going to be Indonesian second team fighting against the Myanmar second team as well. Feels like a bit lost and early on for side of Myanmar second team here, comprises of the players of GE or Genesis Esports. A bit of a contention done, but I'm not sure if there's going to be any third party coming out from the side of Geek Slate of Malaysia first team here. Quite far apart from what we're witnessing, but we do have 20 taking out another Myanmar team. Feels like a bit there you go. Coming up from Laos, who I've thought Laos is the one actually trying to take over for this. It's going to be Laos second team. Coming up from Game Zone players as their lineup. Assassin's just taking his own sweet time, just taking the advantage of a high grounds. Feels like everybody on the low grounds in around Cam Alpha might actually lose this one. It's going to be one team winning this, and Assassin just keep on being the third party from above. Well, Tansky tried to save it. I don't think it's able to save him, though.
Yeah, that window, it's bugged. People see it. They can shoot from the top side here. Now he's going in. It turned into a 1v1 now from a 2v1. And this guy's probably going to play this one out. Who gets who first? He spots the rotation across the door. So he will know roughly in the position. But now he has to outplay his way across this layout. Going in for the heal. That would be Tansky 2K. But will it be enough time, as already he hears the footsteps marching north forward, gets the gun loaded while his HP tries to get back to health, but being steady as he may be, they might just call it quits, but we'll see how this one plays out.
Oh, wow.
From the door, from the window.
Oh, we talked about GE or Genesis Esports for second Myanmar team already got finished off. Due to the reason we have Laos second team hovering around this area as well. I have to say Tansky, it was wise for him not to step out outdoors due to how many eyes watching from the outskirts of it. But speaking of the other teams though, we do have a lot of team start to rotating. We didn't actually see the circle yet just now, did we?
No, we did not.
So we have no clue why these guys have been migrating so early on. There might be a reason why they hop onto the vehicles as fast as they can here.
Probably to occupy the high ground, as we've seen it time and time again. But meanwhile, kill enemy out here, trying to, well, identify the enemy at the very least. Do they have knowledge on the location of the Bruneians? I would assume so, seeing as though there are some members that have been tapped down with a little bit of a friendly warning shot. Wow, well, it can't be friendly if it's a warning shot here. It's a love bite at the very least. And now Puff has got the eyes towards the compound. How will they play this one out?
Devon coming out from Cambodia's second team seems to be eyeing out. It feels like a stalemate between these two teams. Nobody willing to actually make a step forward. While on the side of Indonesian team, we have PG coming out from the side of lineup of Laos, and Indonesia first team HF Axe going in forward. Finish off, take a big of a whopping towards this side of a fight here. Not even showing any sort of a second thought. They just go in and rush it out. You know what? They don't care. All they need to go is wipe everybody off the floor clean. But we do have, coming up from Cambodia's second team, now finally make a step forward, going to the side of a Brunei first team here. But they are making a bit of a mishap within themselves. Feels like the Cambodian teams are having a bit of miscalculation for their movement when they're trying to flush out the side of a Bruneian team.
Yeah, they've got the confidence, but unfortunately that self-doubt earlier on cost them big time, and now getting shot down again. Was the information not conveyed to his allies? They had two people that got shot down here. Surely they would have given out a warning sign, and now they're in shambles, Cambodia. Falling one by one, that push just turned out to be their biggest mistake as they take home 0 points, and down in 15, they take home 0 in the placements as well.
I mean, they should have calculated it's going to be an entire squad there. Definitely a bit of a miscalculation that very detrimental for them as they being eliminated early on. But there's going to be one nade coming out from the side of Myanmar YG team here. As a Myanmar first team going forward to the side of Brunei. The only Bruneian team, they cannot even have a rest. After one team rushing into it, now there's another. I just hope they do have enough resources to withstand their fortress for another defense. As the other Myanmar second team failed to take them down, the other Myanmar team want to take them down as well. We talk about multiple times back-to-back fight here. The Brunei still standing strong, and Loki trying to go around the corner from the back line, trying to push out Chewie from the window as well. Slowly they try to chip down of the players bit by bit, but at the same time Myanmar with the DBS finally their second team finish, their first team finish off the second team's job here.
Yeah, now that's how you push into a compound. The Yangon, I mean, this team right here, there's a reason why they have been staple in the wildcard regions. And right now, Thailand, big team up against another champion-worthy team that is from Malaysia itself. From the likes of Geek Fam, it will happen right here. VPE Schweppes going in, seeing, I guess, he's going to see meet out one of the members of Geek from Malaysia. But he will twist and turn his way through the corners, now taking a little bit of the fire damage. But they're in position to punish right now. Thailand, they are just around this compound, and they will cover out the exits here. They will get one members down. Stucksex next. He will be bowing out, and the rest of this team cutting their losses after losing at least 2 members here will have to back out onto safer grounds here.
Coming up from Vietnam, they are wiping off another team as well. As we're talking about Laos still holding their grounds, it's going to be versus an Indonesian team. The first team of Indonesia fighting against Laos first team as we speak. While we're looking over Vietnam and Thai are both actually running rampage, trying to get elimination, starting as only duo as well, but finally finish off another player coming up from Laos first team, secured himself at least 3 elimination points, but starting off really handicapped here. We're talking about as a duo to actually fighting all the other 12 teams out there. It's going to be a tough challenge for them, but this is only the first circle, by the way, Keith. How aggressive these guys can get.
First circle is way too late to start a fight, you know? They say you should start the fight the moment you fall down. And so this is the kind of tempo that I would not have expected coming in from Sanhok, but thanks to the new system, this is the entertaining value that we're getting. So on a viewer point, that is also a hell bit more exciting. And right now, Vietnam pushing high ground and the compound. It's every recipe in the book to fail. Yet here they are, close in quarters. Ooh, Vietnam catches him with the shotgun, and that is one member neutralized for the time being. The rest of the members are spread too far out to cover different sides of this compound, and now they have a gap in the defense, and Vietnam, they will push on through.
I really think they should rework on that DBS. Honestly speaking, it's not even on top of his crosshair, but the spread of that shotgun just gonna work things through, and there's gonna be shotgun plays all along coming up from the Vietnam team and finish it off. One knockdown on Lamborghini, just being the bait for the team, but they secure and successfully eliminated Indonesian team here and remain with another second team of it. We're down when we don't have 5 teams within the first circle. This is just how aggressive these days for the players due to the latest system and even the changes happen in Sanhok itself, as the Blues will clip quite a bit when it comes to damage, and the timing has been quicker than before. So this forces a player to actually really go for eliminations. While Tony K is one of the top players for Southest Asian region, even on top of the world, he's got himself named carved up there. But for the Thai teams, they're not going to sit this quietly. I have a feeling they might want to go for more. Look at the across the board for the point system right now. Brunei has a secured 6 elimination, but they're being eliminated quite early due to Myanmar team back-to-back taking them out. But we're talking about the Vietnam and also coming out from Thai teams. None of them willing to actually just sit quietly. We're talking about them proactively run and gun at the same time.
I mean, that's what they're good and known for at the end of the day. Unfortunately, though, we have another Vietnam team who hasn't raked in the points, but I guess they're playing for the late game, and we have our first circle shift. Still, again, very heavily decided on Alpha Islands itself, and therefore all the teams who chose to saturate the top left half of the map find their way in more comfortable position. VPE by the compounds just after the bridge, so maybe they can scout out some people in the drive-by across. Meanwhile, there are some potential confrontation here over in the apex of the entire terrain, with GZ and Tensky being in the area.
But speaking of a circle again, I think the one uncontested here going to be come up from a second team of Thai of Infinity team, comprised of Infinity team, taking up the north and dominating that as well. Well, we did mention about the flight path early on. The flight path ended up at the circle right on top of it, and this is one of the circle that we said it's pretty hard for the players to actually, you know, conclude themselves where to have their initial drop spot due to the flight path is so far away from the rest of the map. Plus, the circle just have to be on top of it. If you're not on Cam Alpha right now, you're going to be doomed, because you do know for a fact that there's so many gatekeepers waiting at the islands. Plus, it still comprises of all 3 islands. If the circle hard shift again towards the right side and the southern part, now imagine the headache for the players to just leave hard tin and go all the way in between those rivers of the 3 islands.
I mean, if that was the case, then, well, I think it's a hard bet to make, because it is just grazing by the bay, and maybe we would have a battlefront that's happening by the bay. That's a very refreshing way. Everyone just on sand dunes right by the beach, shooting each other. But we will wait and see till that one actually transpires. Right now, the last hope of Cambodia still very much in place, playing it very safe. Now, this is more the teams from the wildcard that I used to know and love. Although I do wish they could be a bit more aggressive, but they do play for some sort of a placement points. I guess that's one way to guarantee it. If everyone in the after the top 8 position walks away with no placement points, then the safest way in garnering that points is just to make sure that you're in the top 8 position and start gunning down from onwards. But I'm not sure if that would be a sound strategy, as well as then you'll miss out on a lot of the kill opportunities that you could have bumped you up into the top 5 position at the very least. We'll see how things go. As for 69 Tensky 2K though, last man standing for his squad, cannot make any drastic sudden movements.
I have to be extra careful now. There's so many eyes watching them out for all the teams that got themselves sort of a compound to work with, but those who don't really have any compound, like example here coming up from Frankie, Vietnam first team of the Saviors, spotted out the Thais. Now this is going to be one of the Titans fighting each other early on. We're talking about the Thais versus the Vietnam team. Now we do have the second team of Thai coming up from Infinity. This might be around just on the outskirts of Harteen. But Frankie just giving away his position, warning shots here and there. A bit greedy when you look at how Frankie just wants to take it all by himself here. Just left and right and alternating in between. You have to be extra careful because right on top of this mountain, they cannot replenish their resources easily. So he would not want to waste those ammunition too easy.
I'm actually more impressed that those shots actually hit. Seeing as far as that goes, I wouldn't even try and take the shot. I would probably just register that as, hey, okay, we've got teams here. They will take care of it later. But man, go for it, went for it. Despite knowing that there is probably zero chance he could close that kill as they're behind covers. Now, we shall see the next phase of the circle and where it shall close. Right now, everyone's smack dab, and it has paid off handsomely, at least for the side of D. Xavier, FOD, and of course, Yangon. From the different countries that we have here. We should probably stop calling them from the organizations and their nationality, seeing as that it's a C esports thing. But hey, old habits tend to die hard.
I mean, like, their names up there has been tagged with YG. It's so hard to unsee that, right? But at the same time, you guys know clear YG is coming up from Myanmar first team. I wish they actually will stay where they at and stay put for a bit because they can actually gatekeep those coming up from bootcamp as well as those coming up from just on the outskirts of Painan too. If they stay there for a bit, that's going to be a prime spot for them to farm eliminations. But we saw for a fact just now, I think Loki tried to scout what's in front of them just in case the circle hard shift away from them in the next few circles. So they're trying to be extra careful about what's in front, but at the same time they have their eyes on the backs as well just to farm eliminations. They can just stay put for a bit. They're still inside of a circle whilst the Malaysian team here, the only Malaysian team going in, coming up from gig slate of the entire organization, left with only two members here, Zilin and also Dam. It's going to be really hard for them to actually go to get into the circle safely. We saw how many teams already inside of it at the outer rim or even in the inner rim of the circle. The moment they step in there and not being extra careful, be scouted out, they'll be shot down straight away from afar.
Yeah, definitely they have to tread very lightly here. But take a look again at these compound that will be transpiring out in the open. FOD does have eyes on Yangon, but I actually think GZ is in a great position right now, elevated up on the rocky hills, up in the apex of this entire Camp Alpha Islands. At least for the next few circles, it should be safe, and they can pick up and secure themselves at least within the top 6, top 5 position. I would say so, as it's clear shots down, and well, everyone in the low grounds would have to fight through hell to get to compounds and places. Right now, looking at 2 from Vietnam out in the open, just swaying their hands in the air, not getting shot or punished just yet. But as the circle closes, they might need to find shelter real soon.
Yeah, but they do have chasing their tails coming out from Philippine teams. I'm not sure which Philippine is it going to first or second team there, but back to the side of Vietnam second team, which coming out from SLD or Shine Like Diamond. They definitely want to secure themselves and scout out for their perimeters. Back to the side of Myanmar first team, we do have coming up from YG, Romeo Boy. They lost Marnet, one of their star player early on. The one that actually being the scouter usually is going to be Loki, but Marnet is always the one who actually be the fragger for the team. They lost their firepower immensely. Gonna be a bit difficult for them to actually go for a rush, hence they're a bit careful, a bit cautious about what's happening around them as well. Very quiet if you compare with the first stage of a circle just now. The second and third feels like everybody are tipping on their toes just to make sure that they are not alone. But here comes warning shot from 1 second. Just make sure there's no door in the way. While we still have Frankie giving out warning shot. He's still not having it enough though. I'm surprised how much ammunition he's been wasted on just to get a couple of shots from a fire, not clipping just yet. But we do have Beers hurt those gunshots. He's trying to scout out for the rest of the team. But the thing is, couldn't see any glimpse of Frankie just now. Circle shifted again. Now, like it or not, Infinity will have to face the wrath of Frankie, who's been waiting on top of the mountain forever. And this is actually a good spot for the side of a DX coming out from a Vietnam first team. They got themselves right almost at the center as well.
Yep, Frankie, DX, the entire crew, also GZ. If they can hold this off against VPE, this might be very, 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 well, lucrative, because they are also in a higher spot and they can just make their way into a higher point well within circles. But now VPE, that's the entire squad. They got the info. Shots on fire. One direction here, coming in from the sideways though. It's Assassins. Unfortunately, did not kill the job. They did take one down. They sees it all in front of his eyes. Come on, Laos. Full firepower ahead. They're wiping out the entire Giants. They're just jumping on through. 3 members down, only 1 left. Can they clutch it out? Fluketh not looking too healthy themselves. They will flatten them out. Only 2 points for the Giant Thai #1 team.
Giant or no giant, they have what it takes coming up from Lao team to actually wipe out the entirety of the Thais just now. Who have thought this team has been very quiet, one of the underdogs in this tournament as well, making such an explosive match towards all the Giants out there. But back towards the side of Tanskiv coming up from Indonesia team. Just counting out, I think they heard the footsteps, but never mind about Lao. Now another Titan stabbing behind their backs. Coming up from Vietnam, second team, comprised of SLD players. Take that knife back into their back here. After facing the Thais, now have to face again Vietnam. They kind of put themselves in a trap for the coming up for Lao team. Now, back to the side of Cambodia, and you mentioned about them before. They will be visited by the side of Philippines second team.
Yeah, it's happening right now. Unfortunately for the Philippines, they are out in the open, and Cambodia is just sticking the barrel through windows, falling like flies. Philippines stands no chance here, leaving only 1 member left to play, and he barely knows what else to do, and so he will tap in submission. Goes out, 10th place, 0 points.
A lot of DBS plays here. We definitely have to have that DBS back in the airdrop these days. When it comes to Sanhok, DBS is the main weapon these days. On the side of the Cambodian team, they have to reset themselves within a short amount of time, as coming out from the Thai second team, they have to face against the Xaviers of the Vietnam, who's been eyeing them out since the start of the match forever. And they still got the center of a circle. I mean, the tapping coming out from Frankie works quite well, but Rabies got shot from afar. They got those elevations to work around, but I have no clue who's shooting them right now, as they are at the highest point in this circle.
Yeah, they have maintained their prowess, but somebody just got tapped on the top side. We'll get healed up. So people know where they're at. I mean, no thanks to Frankie, of course. He's been spraying down love taps ever since he got on top here. Well, he does have 007 within the name, so I guess ammunition does not come into play. You know what to say? Never needed to reload. Philippines, we got Monboy now trying to breach into the circle, but taking his time ever so slightly. It's not a very safe place to pass on through. And meanwhile, Cambodia trying to make it upwards onto the anthill, gets shot down. 1 member at the very least. I'm not sure they're looking to stay to pick him up as the shots are coming through. Recognizing that spot where SLD currently is the whole reason why I said that Lao had to win that fight against VPE, because then they can transition to that spot. But now SLD made it there first, and now GZ taking it back. An eye for an eye. They are coming in clutch here. Feeling very, very dangerous, but will tap out onto the blue. So GZ, another member, looking in, well, not the best position.
But at the same time, we do have Cambodia first team already have to face the wrath of the Vietnam coming up from Vietnam first. In Malaysia, I'm not sure what happened. The only representative come up for them have been eliminated early on. We remain with 7 teams at six stage of the circle. We do have the Thai second team coming out, Mela trying to actually push forward. And the Philippine, another team out of first Philippine team, we're down to 6 within just seconds. And for the side of Vietnam first team, we're leaving us with only top 5. Another team out. I mean, like, so many fights in between at the outer rim of the circle. Due to the blue zone shrinking in faster than we thought it would be, plus the damage is just too much for the players to handle. those who are actually not in the center will be having a really tough time to get into it. Look at how dominating come up from Vietnam first team, taking over this circle with those elevations, having such a vintage bird's eye view. It's almost impossible to take them out.
Impossible is the right word to do it. If anyone could, it would be Infinity, who's also trying to come in from the back end of that vantage high ground itself. But yes, being in the circle is not what you want to be in at this point, because that would be free pickings onto the side of D Xavier, who's currently perched up in place. But Infinity, you leave the wounds open, the viruses will come in, and right now the entire squad is trying to make their way through into the low ground and, well, catch the rest of DX in the process. God Tuning already positioned in a cross angle to make sure no sort of hiding behind rocks is going to save their soul here. But Thailand, bunch of a hit. Beer 11 will have to be a bit more careful. Mela, he spots the Infinity through, but gets shot down. Frankie comes in clutch, maintains position, but will be traded in the process, and now they're just raining on through. Who is going to hold this high ground? And it looks like Infinity might just very well have done it, but it's still two more within the situation. Could it be them who comes out on top?
Logan just gonna, oh, never mind, it's gonna be a Kirby come out from Rabbids. Tony gonna push it forward, but at the same time really risky. A bit of a trade to do by FOD. The Cambodian teams from behind just crushed this guy's dreams right off the bat here. And Easy just gonna have a go against Chua coming from DX. FOD, all of a sudden, just coming up from the back line, bulldozing every single team that's telling their vision on what's in front. John and Easy gonna have to work as a duo to shut down on Chua. He's the one that actually maintained his angle, but Chua dropping another Kirby towards their side. That Molly will buy them a bit of time for them to actually recuperate and revive John. Rabis drop himself from those hills just to save Chua in this precarious situation, but it's not going to be enough. We're living with 2v1v1 as Cambodia, Laos and Vietnam, the only remaining team here, as Chua pushing forward. They managed to reset themselves. We have the Chua down to two teams. They're being eliminated next as Laos and Cambodia remains at the top two.
Where is Laos? Oh, he's up on the high ground. He's got the bird's eye view. He's taking the burn for it. GZ, well, they've held on the apex for the longest of time, will secure a second place finish, but it is the Cambodians who would walk away with the first chicken dinner here at the Southeast Asian Esports Championship 2023. It is Cambodia.
Cambodia first team comprises of the players of FOD here, Joseph, John, Nang, and Easy. Definitely got Sky and Astro as well as their subs and the other players to actually swap in and out. But what a game just now. Whilst the Titans were tunneling their vision against each other, these guys know how to take the advantage, being the third party. But it's always about the third party when it comes to a very small map like Sanhok. But nonetheless, keeping their toes, really tipping it on the thin ice. I have to say Cambodia make it so well when it comes to sneaky plays and have set a tone when it comes to the first match and the first day of our finals, Southeast Asian Esports Championship 2023.
Yeah, what do you know? Just when I just scrutinized about the whole wildcard playing it a little far too safe, that is exactly what got them that chicken dinner. You gotta be a little bit patient, although you don't get incentives for being in, the bottom 8 itself, but comes in the top 8 position. That's when you really want to start taking risk, but secure yourself in the top 8 first. That already puts you one step ahead from the 8 other teams that joined in. So, well, here they are, proving me that the wildcard strategy is just as formidable in the last patch, and it is now in this current patch, taking home their first chicken dinner.
I just hope things work well for them when it comes to Miramar and Erangel next, because I'm looking for wildcard or the regions that's not the under the mainstream, right? We talk about Thais, Vietnam, and even the Malaysians are really strong when it comes to PUBG Mobile, but I want to see somebody else taking the reign this time. Feels like a traitor myself, but at the same time, I just want to see that's gonna happen, because we saw for a fact Laos, we haven't spoken enough about these teams here, come up from the GZ team, right? Laos just obliterate the entirety of the Thai just now within seconds. We talk about one person to actually clutch the entire thing out.
to be fair, it was not easy for the Thai team to actually push up. It was a high ground trying to push on towards the GZ, but then they also had another person coming in from off angle, so and the Thailand team was playing with zero covers. It was a good thought process to try and take over the high ground, which is why I said it was very, very crucial that the moment GZ found themselves in that apex position, all they have to do is hold on through, and that's going to secure you a top 5. Yet here they are, top 2, with that one member just healing on the outskirts. Never even needed to make the motion in. They had a little bit of a squander with Infinity at first, but then that patient play actually forced Infinity to think that, hey, I think we're safe now. Let's try and push onto DX, and got themselves in compromising situation. Overall, pretty happening game, especially for a Sanhok. This, I gotta say, that's refreshing.
I'm loving this because they don't drop a lot of health utilities as well. That's why they can't play the healing game anymore. Plus, speaking of DX, right, coming up from Vietnam first team, I'm surprised nobody trying to challenge Frankie, who's been tapping so much of so many teams early on. Still managed to actually hold on to until the 3rd place here. You have to give it to Chua as well. But Rabies, the moment he tried to jump down due to blue zone shrinking into a very small radius, forcing him to go out from the blue zone as fast as he can, but too fast that he just died in vain. That's all I can say.
The man was holding his ground, but let's take a look at what the teams to be focused on right now. Although Cambodia taking off the chicken dinner, it is not them who did the most work. That one goes to the side of Vietnam here. 1,700 damage plus with Laos coming on as the biggest aggressor. 9 eliminations. Still the furthest, the longest survival time is of course still in the Vietnam, who has been in the blue for the longest of time. Until Rabies decided to call it quits, made a suicide mission, and the most grenades that nearly even out the scores between Cambodia and Vietnam towards the last top 3 battle.
The Vietnam first team coming from DX. I'm surprised that even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but still got the most longest survival time. Questionable, but yeah, okay. Back to the side of Lao. Lao team on second team, which coming up from GT as well. Got themselves quite a feat here, showcasing how they can actually work things around towards their side, even though the circle wasn't on theirs in the first place. But Cambodia coming out with 7 eliminations, 17 total points, including those chicken dinner points, secured themselves quite a start here. We're talking about the first team of Cambodia, a lot of FOD players. Allowed to got themselves second place. Vietnam first team at third with not much of a difference. It's still the first game, but starting off a really tough start, which we're gonna have Cambodia and Philippines second team with 0 points for now.
Yeah, unfortunately for the rest of them, they will have to make the difference from elimination itself. We will see a disparity from the top 8 position as the game goes on, unless some of the teams like Thailand, we definitely did not see their true potential. But we did see Chua as he got himself that MVP. 3 eliminations, 750 damage from a single player, getting himself a 3.59 MVP points with nearly half of the team contribution, or half of the points that they have accrued within this one game alone. Falling onto this man, lethal weapon he is.
A formidable player. You saw how much he can actually clutch 2v1 just now. It's just a matter of time. The blue zone wasn't on his side, and so it's kind of being eliminated earlier than the rest of the other team. He was fighting against 2 players of Cambodia just now, just by himself, without the aid of his mate, who just happened to be jumped down, just giving it away. But it's actually a good strategy still for you to actually jump down instead of giving those points away towards the other teams. That kind of secure the other teams that don't have the cut when it comes to elimination points. But still, when it comes to play to focus, we have to focus on the side of Laos second team player. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but I'm trying my best to X1, I guess. Maybe Bless. Yeah, we just call him Bless. Okay, we do know Easy and Chewy coming up from Brunei first team. Chua, we did actually witness him himself, got himself the MVP, and Trung G coming up from Vietnam second team. These are the teams or the players we are very familiar with. A set coming up from Laos. This is surprising and a good start for the underdogs.
Yeah, I think it's pronounced Zimbles. Probably, not sure. Maybe a PUBG Mobile of the man, myth, the legend, simple from a different game. But hey, you gotta be inspired someplace to get this good. So number one goes to Laos right now. Let's see if they can pretty much maintain their spot as the teams to focus and the players to focus. And it all boils down to the numbers, because numbers don't lie. Eliminations and damage here in match number one of day one of the final stage. We have across the board, it is Vietnam with the most damage. That one probably thanks to Frankie tapping away from the top side of the hill, but Laos came in with the most efficient of plays, only dealing 1,200 plus damage and already have 9 kills under their name. Cambodia playing that late game, still very good strategy. Play it safe for the first few parts of the circle until they can make a sound decision. But besides that, I think everyone else will need to step up, moving on forward if they don't want to get drifted behind comes day number 2.
Yep, Laos especially, I have to thank Vietnam team for that as well. If I'm not mistaken, Sass and Axe has been trying to take away all this knockdown coming up from Vietnam in the first place. But if you look at the graph here, right, Vietnam since the start, both Vietnam teams since the start, they're dishing out so many damage. It just shows how aggressive they want to get when it comes to this match as the start of the day. But also when it comes to Thai, they are warming it up slowly and surely they start to build up the momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate plays over in Sanhok, at least for that one of the Thai teams, having to get shredded down that much. Well, what could they do? What do you think they could have done different? They had no covers, they had no info, they're going up against high ground, and GZ just find themselves a capitalistic situation, and they capitalize big time. So let's take a look at what we have left next in this program.
This March of 2023, we're excited to announce that the Sea Esports Championship PUBG Mobile is back. In this comeback, the Sea Esports Championship PUBG Mobile also plays the role of a friendly tournament for the Sea regional teams before the 32nd Sea Games. 20 teams from 10 countries: Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Cambodia will compete to a prize pool up to $30,000. The Sea Esports Championship 2023 PUBG Mobile is divided into two phases, qualifiers and finals. The qualifiers will have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, competing in 3 days from March 8th to 10th without live streaming. 16 teams with the highest point will be qualified for finals. The finals will kick in from March 11th to 12th, and we're happy to broadcast it for all the fans. Each day of the finals, the teams will compete in 3 maps: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, with the maps order alternated. Totally 6 matches per day. The team's game points will be decided based on their ranking and eliminations after each match. Each elimination is counted as 1 point. Winner Winner Chicken Dinner now grants the team 10 points. Second place gets 6 points, third place gets 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In this tournament, we will witness the best team fights for the $6,000. Runner-up team will get $4,000 and $1,500 for the second runner-up. From top 4 to top 8, they will get $500 for each team. With each Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, team participants also get $115 for each match from qualifier stage to final stage. More than that, we're also awarding individual prize such as Finals MVP and Gunslinger with $500 each. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party.
What? Huh? Huh? Huh?
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next Playzone and Airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill.
Why are we bobbing heads? What's going on? Choo choo, what's going on? What's up,
Welcome
guys?
back.
Welcome down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna open it. Thanks for that. Welcome back, ladies and gents, for the Southeast Asia Esports Championship brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studio. Thank you so much for Versa, and also VNG Games will be your casters here today, which can be Chichu and Keith. Now, before we get into the tournament back, okay, I think we have to explain what is CEC purposes here, because there's so many asking in the chat. So give me a bit of attention, okay, guys? This is not the SEA Games, but this is annual esports championship for the exhibition, or maybe you call it as a pre-hype before the SEA Games. Okay, we pretty much PUBG pretty much giving a bit of a sneak peek how SEA Games will be or how PMS would be before that is happening, just to see how much of a powerhouse this team were actually performing in the future tournaments.
Long short, it's a pre-game before SEA Games. So
yeah,
what is it for? Well, I really don't know. Now, to be honest, on a grand scheme of thing, it's kind of like a show match with all the national heroes, potentially heroes that will be playing in the SEA Games. Well, they get to play it out here, but it's not just any show match because there's still prize pool that goes within it. It's not cheap. It's 30,000 before, and it's pretty much also training for some of these teams to make sure that they kind of fares on a skill level at par with the rest of the countries before they actually fight them down there in the SEA Games itself. Get it? So it's a pre-game before the SEA Games itself. Be it as it may, make it make sense.
Get it, guys? Okay, now I think we finally got it. But also, speaking of the teams just now, I have to say a lot of teams really step up their games. That we're talking about Team Laos, and also coming up from Cambodians, coming into Miramar. How will they fare? It's all down to the flight point circle. And I have to say just now, coming up from Vietnam first team, they had the circle, but just the timing is a bit off when it comes a bit too long, lingering on top of that hill. Didn't climb down on time, where the circle right then shifted away from them in the last minute, making it so hard for them to climb down the hill. So hopefully that's not the case when it comes to Miramar, where we do know the terrain and the geography will play such a big part in this map.
I mean, that's all you can rely on, the geography, because I guess 8 out of 10 times the circle flows into place. That's nothing. It's filled with nothing but desert dunes and potholes. So I guess he who knows the map knows the game, and it's always almost 8 out of 10 times again. People who close within circle close and they are towards the top of the hill always wins. It's a sniper game, and I'd like to see some sniper action happen. And here we are. It is match 2 of the CE Esports Championship 2023. The second match of day number 1 here in the final stage. Take it away.
Oh yeah, I think like this flight path is really generous from the start. Even though it's not really splitting the map evenly into two, but it's more than enough for anybody to reach out. Except for this coming up to Campo Militar or Terra Bronca, it's going to be a bit of a far fetch. But it depends on circle still. It's not worth investing up to the north if the circle right down the south. But there are so much unusual circle in Miramar recently that kind of worries me if we ended up in Los Higos, because it's not impossible these days. Like when it comes to Erangel, it's so hard that we've never seen Zalki. Back then, it's almost impossible to get Los Higos. But in this case, surprisingly, used to known as Damn Rude, these days he's known as Damn Good. Dropping himself early on now, Geek Fam splitting themselves into two different continents. We're talking about across the river or across the sea. They do have two set of players dropping into on top of Los Higos, and some of them dropping right on top of Chumacera. But the circle, don't tell that I did mention about Los Higos. I'm not surprised if it's gonna hot shift down south all the way here.
I guess we're back at I gotta chop more that damn rude joke, man. I guess you could say he became a good boy from a rude boy. But okay, yep. Like you said, the circle not in their favor. That was a bad one. I didn't know why. It was at least 5 seconds past since that joke. I just had to hop on into it. But now we will look at the good stuff. Focus no more on that. Infinity Thailand right now in position, sharing compounds with someone else. Well, I call that sharing, but really they're looking to out each other as soon as they can. And we've seen how Kill Enemy didn't fare too well in a previous match series as they got wiped out trying to push onto the Bruneians. Right now, it's going to be an even harder push to make onto the side of Thailand itself. So let's see how things fare out. Meanwhile, Circle still there. A lot of the teams saturated on the outside here. Geek Fam found their way, or Malaysia found their way on Valdemar and Los Higos. I don't think it's a safe place to put a pin on because it seems like it would probably most likely close on to Chumacera if I were to, try and make a prediction. But we'll see how things go. It's 4th row right now in kill row.
We'll see. Is it gonna? If it's Chumacera, still generous enough rather than Los Higos. I worry for the players if it's Los Higos in the first place. But those coming out from Power Grid, now that's a bit too saturated for the players to share coming up from the northern side of the circle, because it's going to be like what I think around. It feels like almost 20 teams, even though we got 16 teams in here. It feels like a majority of the teams come up from Power Grid area. I'm not sure if they want to take a bit of a longer rotation, just circling around downwards to its south by using their vehicles. The problem is, with so many teams dropping right on top of each other, it's going to be very limited amount of vehicles for them to actually take on. Including in this case, it's going to be Cambodia second team coming up from KE. Versus the side of Infinity. Now, this is going to be really interesting. I want to see how Infinity, or come out from the Thai second team here, will they start to challenge? Popov got himself quite a high view. I mean, like, he put a lot of effort just to be up here. Hopefully, he gained something out of it.
Yeah, Popov, I mean, he always plays as a sport, and he's a good one at that. So him already finding vantage point to maybe come in with the cover fire should it need be is a good way to start. But then again, compound fights, confrontations in general, and this time around, well, Infinity just said it's probably not worth it to stick around any further. The place has been looted up. They've taken their half, and even if they wipe the likes of KE, there's not much left to go around anyway. So decides to instead play it a little bit more conservative, move on to the next one, and loot on there instead. Well, unless Kai has got something to say about it, tapping on through. He is no Frankie, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, at least they try put an effort on it. So on the side of Cambodia second team, Cambodia KE, try to just take down from afar. I think that's like, what, 300 meters apart, but it's just a bit too hard. There's kind of structures in between still. But coming out from HFX Indonesia, I think this is going to be the first team. They're taking this as a slow rotation form, but I think they're dropping not too far off either. But it's best to save it and just try to build up your resources first, because we saw how many teams actually didn't gain that much utilities when it comes to Sanhok back then. So it's best to actually prepare for longer fights when it comes to biggest map that is in PUBG Mobile. When it comes to Miramar, you have to have the vehicles. I'm sure they have 2 for themselves, but will it be enough? We're talking about if you want to be safe, it's best to actually have at least 1 minivan, just in case they need barricade in the process of rotation. If they got ambushed during migrating towards a circle. But we mentioned about the circle. Feels like Chuma's are a big part of it, but we're not sure if the circle gonna hard shift down south all the way, but definitely it's already a hard shift towards south, nowhere near north. And a lot of players, if they got themselves right on top of that Chumasara mountain, it's going to be what a day for them. We're talking about that's going to be the best place to farm eliminations. And one of the teams that are already up there is going to be HFX, the first Indonesian team. But coming up from the back line, we do have divided into 2 set of duos. Gig Slate coming up from Malaysia first team. Already have a majority of the circle just by themselves by doing that set of duos to work things out.
Yeah, but I'm quite afraid of that strategy to go straight onto the high ground here, especially for HFX. I mean, that strat sounds viable, assuming you have all the resource in the world, right? But they landed there at like minute 1. They've never really gotten a chance to actually go around and accumulate their resources and perch up towards the mid game onwards to be as lethal as they could, or as lethal as they should. Much like how Frankie was on the top of the hill in Sanhok, he was just spraying down with no worries to care, because he knows he's got a full stack. But if you don't really have that much ammunition from the get-go, I don't think you'll capitalize the situation as much as you like. Talking about situations though, right now, Indonesia and one from PG, Laos, Honda in trouble, is trying to find a way to get onto the next compound and maybe play it from there. He's got allies in the area already trying to scout out any sort of rotations movement. Counter out from 69, but we'll see how this one pans out as his friends are back into the area.
An M16 in his hands, so Lizzie just trying to tap things out, but they got, I think, 1 knocked down just now. Not sure if they actually clipped with those grenades. I'm gonna have Honda tossing about the grenade again, giving a bit of a pressure. While coming up from Laos, they're pushing him. Same goes for the side of Indonesia. They try to fight for the compound, but Honda holding on the compound too long. Forza coming up from afar, giving a bit of a support fire from high grounds. But Rivone, there's no way for him to actually get out from there for Honda. Definitely will be the sacrificial lamb with the first blood going into the hands of Indonesia's second team here. But they're going for ring around the road. They're taking the corners, coming out from Hull with the UMP as well. Back out. I feel like that Nate will hit if Hulk will stay himself there. They're not welcome here. Tansky taking on Lizzie. Back out, having a bit of exchange and trading to do. Both teams severely injured here. We're talking about heavy toll on both sides. While Tansky trying to recuperate himself, swapping over to DBS, trying to scout if there's any support fire coming from afar, because they have no clue those coming up from the high ground shooting out. But Tansky will secure himself a double elimination from that. Feels like the Indonesian second team is winning this CQC.
Well, they got to be careful and do it fast. Already coming in, scavengers from Philippines, trying to be third party in place here, position themselves. You've got Dragon, 777, scouting down. He's marked the location already. 69, 1 member gets taken out from the far end. That is their support, and now they can just look to rush on in. They understand that the fight just commenced. That these members could not have been healthy at this point. They would like to reposition themselves and maybe, corner the animal right inside this box they call home. And so Philippines, it all goes down to who picks who first.
Yep, and Philippines, they want to take the advantage. They heard the gunshot early on. For the side of Indonesian team, definitely they have the time to reset themselves. But here comes a flush, and here comes a rush. Ranking coming from behind. They are trapping the Indonesian team for every angle possible. Momboy start to push with a grenade, giving that such pressure, while Dragon making the work done, going for the front line. They're trying to find around the corners. Momboy reposition himself for a vintage view, giving a support fire, but now he's coming in as well as Dragon climb up to the second floor with an AKM with his hand. Also just plays, cooking up the net in case anybody opens up the door here. Rankit still trying to flush them out of the compound. They're not taking the bait just yet, but Hulk also retaliating, defending their fortress against the Philippine teams.
Well, they got Monboy right now. Dragon, if he makes a jump down, he knows. He kind of got an idea on where 69 is playing. Tossed in, Hulk. He's got the nade. Maybe just to secure that kill. But right now, standstill. Rankid going up against Just Pays, and well, just paid the price he will. Rankid was the one who fell on in this close quarter combat. Dragon rushing straight in, gets knocked down, 69. Well, literally turned that one down to 96 because they turned the tide here. Takes down the aggressor. Philippines just cannot push into the compound that was set by Indonesia.
I mean, like, they took multiple fights within the same compound and they won it multiple times, but Loki, one tap, it was brutal coming up from the side of Myanmar team. And he looks like it's so easy for him to not even breaking a sweat. Hey, oh, hello there, yeah, bye. And that's it. So fast.
It's in the name. His name's cute Loki. That situation, I brushed it off. That was cute. He tried to go on through, and that was the one tap. All I heard was one sound, and it was done. Meanwhile, Philippines not out just yet. Well, sooner or later, well, that is the second team, I believe, now in trouble. Indonesia, they're just turning into the PH Slayers here. Already take down the first team. 69 might just look to take down another member for the second team here. And now, Philippines, only 3 players left in the game.
And they're quite far off from this circle as well as we speak. We do have a couple of teams taking the blue zone. We don't have this blinking on the across the board to know who's actually in the blue zone right now. But I'm sure it's going to be around 4 or 5 teams taking this very slowly, including Indonesia's second team, who's been fighting so many teams early on, where he got himself 7 eliminations by far. 2 squads be taken into the palm of their hand, but we do have Chumasera. Well, lucky enough, it's not going to be lost because I'm glad, because Chumasera has been holding off by HFX coming up from the Indonesian first team as well, taking it the longest time. Even got himself an airdrop to have a bit of a bonus. But here comes Malaysia first team. Gig Slate coming up from behind, try to take away those compound out of the hands of HFX. But at the same time, we do have SLD from the Vietnam team, if I'm not mistaken. We're slowly crouching towards the side of Gig. At the same time, whilst the side of Indonesia, who won themselves that fight just now, have to fight through the blue zone. But so many gatekeepers right at the rim of the circle.
Yeah, do the Geeks really want to face up against this as confrontation? He seems just about done here. I don't. They will lose the one member, but as time passes by, more people will be occupying towards this rim of the circle, and I think this is just sign for Geek to just book a ticket out of there, because they are not getting past this team. Let not, or better not, the team right after them. So the Geek in quite the sticky situation. However, Yangon seems to be having their way through. Perhaps if they leave one member here to kind of shoot down one member from Vietnam, that could create an opening, but we'll see how that turns out.
Yep, back to the side of Vietnam. And waiting for 69 or coming up from Indonesian team. Just easily can take them down. But this is going to be where Frank is not happy anymore if you compare it with last map here. YG coming up from the Myanmar team, taking reign over this and trying to contest. But Chua making sure he's the nade god, Chua. Every single time he drops something, it will clip onto somebody else here. We're finishing off Loki with that UMP after Molly burned him down. And now their next target is going to be a Romeo boy. It's just across rabies. Try to flush them out. But at the same time, they don't have that much time as the blue zone will shrink even further. And Romeo will have to move, have to budge, have to expose himself in the open field of these Xaviers coming up from Vietnam, slowly taking all the eliminations in their pocket here. They got himself already one. And also, there's also the Indonesian team taking on YG at the same time. Now, this is going to be precarious coming up from YG. They don't have anywhere else to go than just taking the fight head on. They have to take the fight if they want to live.
Yeah, he dropped a huge pack of a mini piano there that was being looted over. That's interesting. I'd like to know the thought process behind that one. But forget about the mechanics of the game right now. Geek already again losing another member before they could even make it into circle, forcing themselves into, well, only playing themselves with 2 members for the rest of the entirety of the game. However, they do have 3 points. I believe that was from the previous game itself. Haven't accumulated much since. And right now, their chances just got slimmer and slimmer. Meanwhile, FOD from Cambodia spread out real open here. I guess John has found himself company against the Bruneians. They will send off the message but can the rest of his teams and will the rest of the teams actually make some forward, because he is but a scout and he walked into flames. That's literal definition of out of the pan and into the fire. He went into it head front.
He went into a double utility. That was the right timing for that one hand grenade to explode right in his face, plus being burned by the molly the moment we want to step out as well. There are doors that you don't want to open, and those doors are going to be the doors into hell, literally. Back to the side of these Avis, coming up from Vietnam, fighting Tini and pushing himself, denying their entrance into the circle. It's going to be a tough one, as we talked about gatekeepers here. Frankie has his back as well, one person, but they got clipped from the back line. I think it's going to be FOD coming up from a different team entirely. Now, they have to be extra careful. It's going to be more than one set of eyes watching them from the back line. And we're down to only 13 teams now within 4th stage, a bit slower than last Sanhok, but at the same time they do have the time and space for Vietnam first team to recuperate themselves, as the smoke will buy them a bit time. But the moment the smoke dissipates, everything will let loose. You're talking about Tini will have to push, but Symbol is actually taking a different angle entirely. Now that's really smart coming out from Lao.
Well, Lao may be smart, but can they outsmart their way to a championship? We've seen them do it previously in Sanhok, making away with GZ. Can they do that one again? It is similar nature. We have a lot of hills to work on with, but right now eyes are on HFX, who has a pretty good start all the way smack dab in Chumasera, and right now they are about to meet their first ever contestant or challenges from Vietnam. It is SLD up on the top side of this hill. Now take a look at VPE, who's up against Genesis. It's Master Key taking a little bit of a grenade splash onto his end.
Fluketh, a bit hesitant on whether to peek or not, playing around the slope of a hill here. We do have Vietnam second team with domination over this. 5 eliminations already just within the Miramar map. But Tony K to scout out a couple of players just across him. We have 3 teams contesting over this side of the circle, including the Thais, the Malaysians, and the Myanmar team here. Really close enough. Even the Brunei is just across them here as well. We talked about how the north, or in this case the eastern side, is going to be super crowded. But Chumas are taken over by the side of a second Thai team. Infinity taking reign on top of Chumasera. Gig coming up from Malaysian team did actually manage to squeeze in and just pass by HF Actors. Been there forever. But on the side of Myanmar, they kind of hesitant who to shoot first. I mean, they have to pick their poison now. And Brunei just stabbed into FOD coming out from the side of Cambodia, trying to flush him out, but he got so much fires onto him. Chewy couldn't hold it in. Burn out now, but at the same time, feels like they had this in their hands, and they got Shako to give support fire from the back line. It was really detrimental if they made a bit of a mistake, but it didn't happen. They made it so organized on the side of Brunei's team, but FOD, oh well, they made a bit of exchange, got 1-1 for both teams here, but the one that I'm eyeing out is going to be Vietnam coming on as a third party.
Right now, they're losing every sort of advantage. Brunei, they got a great entry. They got the flames onto the right members, but right now they're just crawling away and gonna get picked up. Cambodia outsmarted the rest of them. It seems like flames would be the themes of these two teams. And we're talking about under fire right now. It's well, the rest of Indonesia, as Vietnam tries to push onto compound. If they got one member through flames again. This is go time for the rest of Vietnam. They immediately make it a push on forward. Advancement, they shall, and they eliminated the rest of Indonesia. And this was a team who found themselves comfortable in minute 1.
And the second Vietnam team is actually on the roll. They almost secured double-digit eliminations by now. 9 in the back. Shako on the other hand, still struggling to just stay alive. Bling ring around the roses. Shako! Oh, he didn't move fast enough as John finished off Brunei's. Oh, the only representative coming out from this nation finished off themselves at 10th place. Now we're down to 19th, but John, it's going to be Smoke Up minivan, even though it's the most tankiest vehicle there is with 2000 HP, but still got burned down, exploded in the middle of nowhere, right in an open field, flat plain, nothing else to barricade himself. We do have FOD Nang knocked down in between of the Titans, between the Myanmar, JE going to the side of the Xaviers. We have FOD kind of trapped in between. Now Myanmar's second team, how would they want to approach this fight? Do they take the fight against DX first, or will they take down on FOD?
FOD is no longer a threat at this point, but it can be a thorn. They still cannot, well, close blind eyes for it. But look, bigger trouble coming into the scene. The Malaysian team has also joined in from the outskirts here. Do they look to maybe put a stop to any one of these two teams, turn the tide onto each other? We'll see how that one turns out, because Snipe just gets knocked down first. So it is that patient play that got them out of the fire for the likes of Myanmar. Now on the gunfire, it is the Malaysian teams instead.
It's going to be really tough for the Malaysian team as they have only one survivor left. I'm not sure how much longer he can actually hold on to this threat. Very thin line between life and death there. Back to the side of Vietnam. First team have all four men well and alive. Coming up for Infinity, the second team of Thai is really strong in this circle right now. They got themselves quite a huge amount of it. Majority will be taken on the left side. Nobody actually will contest them as well. They can be the third party towards a team that coming out from the right side of the circle or from the eastern side. We have the most participants or most teams contesting over there, which is going to be Vampire coming out against GE of Myanmar. Also DX coming out from the bottom, as well as they still being gatekept by Gig Fam. But I'm sure that Gig Slate Malaysia team managed to rebound themselves and picking back up his teammate. It's going to be a duo that try to gatekeep against Vietnam DX. At the same time, we do have the Titan fightings against Vietnam versus the Thailand teams. Infinity have a bit of a tap by the side of Origin with that Mini 14 from afar. But the thing is, so many structures in between, so hard for him to actually connect the dots. They have to push forward because they're not inside of safe zone yet.
Yeah, that's always the objective of the goal, at least when you're playing for the outside. But well, unfortunately cut short is this advancement from the Malaysian squad. They did not have a game this time round, but thankfully another Miramar match is coming up right after this one. So like I said, they can reset and try and stick to the game plan before having to worry about Erangel, the last map of the day. Right now, Thailand VP Schweppes taking a heat load of damage coming from a splash of a grenade. Luckily, this is not strong enough to kind of cripple him for the time being. Will look to reset. But as it stands, it is GE who could be the ones that's putting them at a halt. Thailand, can they make it out of this sticky situation? Although having a high ground, Circle isn't on their side, and sooner or later they have to be the aggressors.
And they have to cut across this, either going the other way around, which gonna turn Flukev into a total, never mind, just gonna say that, but they're definitely being knocked down straight away. Flukev's slither of health remains with Nuzi will be picked up, but Tony K still gunning down to the side of the Myanmar GE team. It's going to be really tough for them to cut across. Either they go around it, but there's going to be from the pan to the fire, because the moment they go around, it's going to be KE team waiting on the other end. Tran G with a Mini 14 trying to bring, just playing around with the smoke, spotted out Vampires across, which are going to be coming up from the Thai teams. Feels like GE kind of trapped themselves in between of crossfire, but at the same time, they are in the circle. They can gatekeep Vampires coming up from Thai first team. Newsy, where would you run? You got no first aid, anyone? That's just it. Oh, even got cleared by the side of Devon from afar. It's going to be Devon's pocket getting that elimination instead of denying himself towards a blue zone. Ooh. And this is not great for the Thai first team. The moment they just march forward, there's so many teams shooting them from afar. We're talking about less than 200 meters apart. It's very visible from these guys' eyes. They can easily just shoot them down the moment they try to push them in.
Well, unfortunately for the Thais, but very fortunate for the Vietnam. That's one powerhouse down. And look at this Vietnam team. It is already 7 eliminations, and I believe the other one, their counterpart, having 11 across the board. So this entire game is being dominated despite the red flags with a yellow star here, they are putting numbers across the screens one after another. It's not a Malaysian game, not a Filipino game. It is one for the Vietnam. Look at that across the board, second and third place currently and still going on. 8 kills now, another one accrued. This team from the region is just unstoppable.
They are, and they are hunting for more right now. And also including the Thai second team here coming up from Infinity. They have four men well in line, but the Vietnam team just keep on taking those elimination points in their hands. For the Cambodians right now, they have been very quiet before finally start to shoot a bit of a warning shots towards the side of the other team across, but shredded almost his helmet. Kai a bit of shot when it comes to his utility wise, have nothing else to work with. The top on the other hand going to push forward for the rest of the team. Devon, the IGL for the team itself, start to move with his vehicles. They have quite a barrier to work with if they happen to be in the center of a circle for the next shift. But the Vietnam team, both teams are still in here. We talk about double digit. And Vietnam second team already secure himself 11, and they want to go for more as DX Vietnam first team try to chase down on their own. It's going to be a bit of civil war against the SLD versus DX right now. One want to take the other, but feels like the crate really not on their favor on the side of Gosu.
Unfortunately, Gosu, this man has killed. He's a star player coming out from the other Vietnam team. Last I saw across the board, he has been raking in majority of those numbers. But unfortunately, right now, he's in a situation where it's not the best of decision to go out for the save. But they are going to try. SLD, oh, takes one nade. That's Kwang Ji. Nice try coming in from the back end. But unfortunately, they will have to bow out, and more shots coming out from DX and will eventually put an end onto the stride of their counterparts. Actually, they will only be one winners in this game, and regardless of the nations, Vietnam #1, they are looking to be that victors.
Feels like the Vietnam team really have a huge powerhouse in this match. Secure both teams with double eliminations, but we're not done yet as Lamborghini keep on pushing forward. They have all 4 men back up again and now start to take the reign over the circle as well. Going at the back line, trying to find of the Thai teams. And Lamborghini pushing as the front line, cooking up the nade, cancelling that, going backward again because he heard the fires are too close. Have to pick up Rabies first. He doesn't have any smoke to play around with, hoping for his other mates to drop those smoke grenades just to have a bit of space to recuperate. But they spot out Kai. It's going to be Myanmar fighting against another team here. The Cambodians fighting against Myanmar, while Thai is going to be having their eyes on the side of the Vietnam team. West trying to take out on Kaya, still trying to actually distract him from going to his master Ichi. But Kaya have to push forward. The Blues are closing in, and that's done. It's done and dusted as Kaya triumph over that fight just now, but we're not done yet. As Kai is still hanging on with alongside his teammate. It's going to be only 2 players coming up from Cambodian. Again, will they take this fight and get that chicken in as a third party, or will it be the Vietnam Thai teams taking the reign over? Vietnam, they're so close of getting that chicken again, but will they secure it with a number that will shock us by the end of this match with their eliminations?
They are looking like they're about to set the record straight here. They're going to set the standards for the rest of these tournaments. Let it be known that Vietnam is about to be the ones to, well, start a trend. They're the trendsetters right now. 12 kills across the board. Chua coming in with 6 of his own. I'm not surprised if he, yet again, gets another MVP, because this man is doing absolute work. Right now, it's a 3-way cycle. Who's going to get on who first? Lamborghini's already perched up in the middle. I'm not sure if that's the best of ideas, but you know what they say, hiding in plain sight. It's the least obvious situation. You wouldn't think a player be out there in the open, and that he is, and that might be what gets him the upper hand here to try and push onto some of these other teams. Right now, Infinity getting cucked by kill the enemy, and now it goes down to a 1v1 trade. Vietnam versus Cambodia, 3 versus 2, one coming from the low side. I'm not sure if they're aware of that. Lamborghini has got the nade propped up. They do spot out one behind, and they will with the nade perfectly down, pushing on through. D Xavier with Vietnam starting to put numbers across the board And it is a big 1-2 match. Chicken dinner of the day.
I have to say they are very consistent coming out from Vietnam team. Last game or first game of the day when it comes to Sanhok, he got himself in the top 3, close enough to secure those chicken dinner at first in Sanhok with quite a number of eliminations already in the previous match. Right now they're coming in very strong in Miramar. I'm not surprised. This is what their standards are when it comes to a Vietnam team. We're talking about both teams survived till the end. Even coming up from Vietnam's second team, they got quite a number of eliminations. Feels like Vietnam teams are the bulldozers. They are the monsters in this tournament for Southest Asian Esports Championship. They are the only teams that are wiping every single population there is in PUBG Mobile. We're talking about almost half of the population in PUBG Mobile taken by only these 2 teams. Literally nobody else. And also, aside from the Vietnam team, we also have to give credit for the Cambodians. They have been very consistent. I'm not sure is it the same Cambodian teams that had the Sanhok chicken dinner or not, but this definitely give a different light from the area of Myanmar and also come out from Cambodia team, because they have been very quiet when it comes to CE tournament, right? It's always the Thai, it's always the Vietnam team that take it away. But this time, I mean, like, DX is a reason why they are one of the world standards out there, and they've been showcasing it to us today, not even dropping their progress if you compare with last year, still getting it better than last year.
You know what they say, your biggest enemy is yourself, and DX has proven that when they fight off against their sister team here coming from Vietnam as well, who also was dominating in this entire map alone. So if I were to go with anything, I'd say they had no second place winners here. It was just Vietnam versus Vietnam this entire game, and well, these Xavier, they go up big time, raking in the most of points. And I'm honestly very stoked to see what they can put across the board on the statistics. But Chua GH, this man got an MVP in the previous round. He's looking like he most likely will get that MVP title yet again here in map number 2. Vietnam is just unstoppable. Right now, I am scared comes for the SEA Games.
I'm stoked, honestly speaking. Speaking of Chua, right, he's the Nate God here, because every single time he tosses around a molly, even it's a grenade, I'm not surprised if you just toss with a mat kit, it will hit somebody down to their last HP, even though it's not supposed to do that. But because of his Chua, I'm not surprised if that's happening, because that guy is just so good at calculating the angles. But if you look at how DX been playing, right, coming up from Vietnam first team, they are so meticulous, so organized, they're working as a unit. You saw for a fact, even though Chua is cooking up the nade, it's always somebody supporting the fires from the backline or in the front line. In this case, we saw how Raby is playing at the flank as well, when Chua is opening up the space to be the opener for the team with his grenade. The rest of the team, like Frank and even Lamborghini, they always know what to do at the same time. With this short amount of time, feels like they don't even have to speak that much, but their body language, I mean, like, we can't see their body language, but the way they're playing in the game, right, it feels like they're so used to play with each other that their trust and the flow of the game feels so fluid that it feels like there's no awkwardness, there's no misinterpretation or miscommunication between them.
Yeah, I totally understand what you mean. It's like they're born for it. Long story short, they played this like this. It was second nature to them. And I think there was a lot of times where in the game itself, Team Vietnam has gone through so many obstacles, and it almost felt like it could have been their last, but they always come out on top, like defying against odds, right? You push onto a compound of HFX, who's had this spot from the get-go, who's had it all going their way. They've got the circle, they're smack dab into Macera, they got the compounds, yet they somehow could push up against compound and take it away from the likes of Indonesians. It's just insane how these two play, and that is very strong telling. If you tell me they got lucky, then sure, you might get one team who's performing that well, but you've got two teams from the same region, which would come down to a conclusion that if they're playing within the same server, is the skill cap there extremely high?
Feels like it. It feels like it. And speaking of luck just now, the fact that Infinity coming up from a Thai second team, it's a bit unfortunate in the last match because the Blues happened to be closing on their side first, and surprisingly DX coming out from Vietnam first team, they were in the middle. They are the one that actually kind of stuck in between two teams. This is what I mentioned before, like how well these teams can actually get. You expect some teams like the first team, right, the team that always getting themselves in the world attention. I mean, like, I'm not surprised at this. This is really great for our graphic designer. He doesn't have to change the logo. It's pretty much very pleasing for everybody else, because Vietnam first team, which come out from DS, taking away everything with 14 elimination. That's the highest by far for today. With the most damage, 2,553. I'm not surprised how much nade they're being used. We saw how many nades they're being pressured towards all the team when they're trying to push. You talk about how DX were quite far apart if you compare with HFX, who's already on top of Chumafzera. But they know when to toss their utilities. They're not overusing it, but they know for a fact they have to just loot up as much grenade as possible for this reason. But look at how much they gain just for those reasons as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at this graphics right here, I would just, wipe off all the names down there, because it doesn't really show, right? Because Vietnam in general did extremely well. Not just the number 1 team, also the number 2. Let's take a look at what's on the board here in terms of the match rankings itself. Vietnam taking 14 and 24 points in total, but Cambodia coming and inching it a little bit closer at 14 total points with 8 elimination. Same goes with Vietnam, the second team, who only got outed because Vietnam 1 stormed onto them. And this Cambodian team, great that they've got 14 points across the board. Unfortunately, it's not cumulative, because this time around it is KE, I believe, who made it onto the top 2 position, which was the team who too soon trying to push onto Brunei earlier on in Sanhok. So that will kind of negate any differences within the graph, but the Vietnam are definitely going to go up. But it is Frankie who instead takes the MVP and not Chua GH. Tell me why, Juju.
Maybe because we had a lot of Frankie when it comes to Sanhok. I didn't get the MVP. So this time we see a lot of Chua, so Frankie deserved the MVP this time, possibly. We don't know how much ammunition these guys can actually have on him, because he never stopped shooting since the start of the circle as usual. But when it comes to damage output, it didn't tally up. 859 over damage with only 3 eliminations. These guys deserve to have at least 6 eliminations in his hand. But when it comes to players to focus, I mean, like, it's just about time to have all the Vietnam players to be across all the players to focus. But still, squeezing into it, we do have in between the Cambodia second team Kaya. He did so much work just now, and Smile coming up from GE of Myanmar second team also squeezing in at 4th place. But look at how Vietnam players been playing. This is going to be a whole era for them.
Yeah, it's going to be scary coming into SEA Games. The power levels already feels very tilted towards the Vietnamese side. Second to that, maybe Thailand, but even Thailand is struggling to keep up against the likes of these monster of a team. Both their teams, look at that. This is where it's more foretelling than the previous stats, because you see their towers are only second to none. No one else comes in compare. The only one who can match up against Vietnam is Vietnam.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's only Vietnam in this match right now. They're so overpowering. I mean, like, we saw them, how they were playing in the last SEA Games, right? This time, starting off with 2023, I mean, like, last year was their year. Feels like this year might be their year again, because Vietnam is just not showing any sign of slowing down at all. But the one that really is worrying for us are the teams that actually didn't gain any elimination, including Malaysia, including the Philippines, even Indonesia, who used to have their own era at the dawn of PUBG Mobile at first. Indonesian team has been so strong at first, then it shifted towards the era of the Thais. Feels like the era of the Thais are fading away as their Vietnam stomping in since last year, including early this year. I'm not sure how much long they were stomping down all the other teams, but right now they are really strong.
First and second place, Vietnam across the board. If only there were more slots for Vietnamese teams, this entire top 4 position arguably would have gone on to their end as well. But thankfully so, there is cap for participation. That brings in Cambodia right ahead. from the Thailand squad. So this is something refreshing. Who would have thought a wildcard division team right here standing amongst the greats here in the top 5?
Yeah, feels like maybe everything is building up slowly now, coming up from the wildcard region, especially Cambodia, Laos, even Myanmar, right? It feels like maybe by end of this year, they are the one who will be starting off their new era, provided that Vietnam start to lose their momentum. But I don't feel like they're going to go down that soon, as how they just showcase us how overpowering they are right now. But back to the side of the other region, we have to talk about a bit of Philippines, Malaysia as well. It feels like they're really having a tough time when it comes to their transition there.
Now, Malaysia didn't really have a game. I think the way they were rotated just came in contact to so many different teams. And then at one point, they had a chance into the ring, but they just couldn't because, again, gatekeepers are all... which is kind of sad, right? To be saying that their game was ended by circle when they were within circle over in Los Higos down in the bottom. But I guess we can only speculate. We don't know what actually happens on the back end. Could be a call from an IGL leader. Could have been something that's not the usual. But enough of that, because we will take you through all the highlight that happened in match number 2.
This March of 2023, we're excited to announce that the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile is back. In this comeback, the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile also plays the role of a friendly tournament for the C regional teams before the 32nd SEA Games. 20 teams from 10 countries: Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Cambodia will compete to a prize pool up to $30,000. The C Esports Championship 2023 PUBG Mobile is divided into 2 phases: qualifiers and finals. The qualifiers will have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, competing in 3 days from March 8th to 10th without live streaming. 16 teams with the highest point will be qualified for finals. The finals will kick in from March 11th to 12th, and we're happy to broadcast it for all the fans. Each day of the finals, the teams will compete in 3 maps: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, with the maps order alternated. Totally 6 matches per day. The teams' gain points will be decided based on their ranking and eliminations after each match. Each elimination is counted as 1 point. Winner Chicken Dinner now grants the team 10 points. second place gets 6 points, third place gets 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In this tournament, we will witness the best team fights for the $6,000. Runner-up team will get $4,000 and $1,500 for the second runner-up. From top 4 to top 8, they will get $500 for each team. With each winner-winner chicken dinner, team participants also get $115 for each match from qualifier stage to final stage. More than that, we're also awarding individual prize such as Finals MVP and Gunslinger with $500 each. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party.
What? Huh?
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next Playzone and Airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill could
Feels like one nation is determined to dominate overall for our South Asia Esports Championship 2023, which is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios, and also none other than Versa and VNG Games. And this is going to be your caster. We're going to be your casters for today. It's going to be Chuchu and Keith. Speaking of the teams taking over the reign right now, Vietnam team. Not even close to stopping those eliminations. We're talking about them. They didn't get chicken fine. They got double eliminations. Who cares?
But they broke records right now. 14 eliminations onto one team. That seems to be the bar that has been set. Will we see it being broken by this day? I'm not sure, honestly, because that game right there seemed to be like 1 in a million. It's a bit spectacular, right? Like, we've seen people having that one high point but then never really repeat that, and this seems to be that sort of game. Like, if it wasn't for Vietnam 2 being in that same map itself, they probably would have gotten so much more onto their side. But we'll leave that one to the rest of people to hope for their hope and dreams to see how things pan out for them and their countries. Right now, they are at the top. What can other teams do about it? And this is only 2 maps in. We still have about like 4 more for the day, and they're already creating such a big lead.
I feel like the only team that can actually break the record right now as we speak here, based on the performance on the last 2 maps, possibly it's going to be Vietnam team that breaking their own record here. But I do know for a fact the one that actually really happy about is going to be our colleague as well. It's going to be on to go, who's actually really happy as the Saviors. His team actually managed to breaking that record. But we want to see if there's any other contender for the nations. Like, even the Thais has been very quiet just now.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, sure, that Sanhok game was a bit unpredictable. It was a bit hard. But in this game, I think they were outclassed. I mean, I hate to use the word, but they were outclassed in the previous map here in the first Miramar game. But I guess they have this one to look forward to before they finally, just remove the name Miramar in their heads for the rest of the day. So without further ado, we are about to take off here. It is the Southeast Asian Esports Championship 2023, the pre-game to the C game. So you better bring your A game. That is as much rhyme as I can spit off at the top of my head. And yeah, let's go.
I feel like we were gonna have a bit more time to you guys to watch us a bit more. Maybe we miss you, maybe because we have to have a bit of a remake for the lobby as well, as we wanted things to get really smooth for the sake of all the players, all the teams, the nations, and you guys watching at home as well. Don't worry, don't fret, because the lobby is going to be up very, very soon. But before we getting into the second Miramar, so far we saw also not taking the credit away, we have to also spotlight the Cambodian teams. Alternating teams, not the same team here, but they definitely have it when it comes to reading out and revise the rotations of all the teams. Now, if you guys have no clue what we're talking about, the qualifier has been going on for the past few days as well. It's been 3 days of qualifiers straight back-to-back 6 games or 5 games in a day, where we're finally down to the finals here, down to only 2 days of straight 6 games in a day. Now, definitely they have been studied and revised about the rotation for the other teams. So I have to say, Cambodian teams really put out a lot of work out there.
Yeah, they choose their battles wisely, and I think that's more than anyone else could do. I think choosing your battles wisely is still part and parcel of the game. It's like we don't see them come alive until at least they've secured that top 8 positions, unless, I mean, in given situations where they're forced to take out their hands and fight, that usually ends up bad for them. But when they do make it up into top 8 and then start firing out, they seem to be having no problems in actually accumulating that points. 8 kills on the side of the Cambodian team KE previously. It's not bad. When you put that one onto the second place finish, your placement goes up. So perhaps, although people say the meta has now changed and there's more incentives for you to get all aggro, it's still risk management at the end of the day. It is PUBG Mobile, it is Battle Royale, so you can't really get more points if you're dead in minute 1. So Cambodia still sticking to a traditional way of playing the game, and it's doing pretty well.
I mean, like, there are ways for you to actually get points. You have to force yourself to get eliminations, and provided the fact that you have to have double-digit elimination, that's more at stake here. Yes, we do have the chicken dinner prize pool as well, but if you compare with the long run, why would you go for the smaller prize pool when you go for the big ones? So just aim for the eliminations. Feels like easy to talk about with, but it's not an easy task if you have no clue which teams you're fighting against in the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going at it at minute 1, you kind of know that you're walking away with 0, as compared to going at it once you make it at the top 8 position. At least you got 1 point above. At the worst case scenario, you got 1 point above the rest of the teams who bowed out a little too soon. So we will see. This is the second Miramar of the day. We're at the midway point here of day number 1 of the final stage, CE Sports Championship 2023. Let's kick it off with the last Desert Dune map of this entire evening. Choo Choo, take this away.
I'm not gonna cast this alone. I'm not gonna take this away alone. You're gonna stay there with me, okay?
Oh man,
Just
don't bring my name in.
I'm scared when you say that.
I was about to get into biscuits, okay? That's why I kind of have to pass on the baton to you, because I'm gonna get a bite on my biscuit.
Okay. But so far, we had a lot of Southern Circle in Miramar that I've casted wild games before. Hopefully that's not the case here, because that's what happened. We ended up on top of Chumasera, comprised a bit of loss. He goes Gigs Lake coming up from Malaysia. The only Malaysian representative actually came across around Chumasera. Same goes for the Southern Indonesian team at first, but they didn't actually secure those last chicken dinner. They got the advantage of having those first few circles. Now, it's all about the grind, it's all about the brawl, it's all about the utilities as well. If they can pick up a lot of resources early on, it doesn't matter where the circle is, doesn't matter where the flight path flying across, because all that matters is going to be elimination these days. You know the format, it's going to be really a different format this time. It's down to eliminations for the scoreboard. It's way more than those chicken dinner, but it's down to, can they drop themselves in the drop spot where have luxury enough to supply for the entire team. Speaking of a fight, we do have the second Thai team fighting against KE of Cambodia, who got themselves in the top 3 in the last map. Feels like a bit early skirmishes again, but I'm surprised Infinity of Thais always have to be the one of first few teams that's involved in the first circle fights here.
I mean, this is part and parcel a carbon copy of the previous matchup, right? They shared the compound, but Infinity decided to make their way out of there. Maybe that's what went wrong. Maybe they should have crashed onto kill enemy here and actually get the confident boost to play aggressively like they should have been in a previous game. So we'll see how the same scenario turns out this time around. Will Infinity take a car and get the heck out of there, or will they actually finally shoot back? Because think about it, had they fought in a previous one, it could have been Dim at number 2. And talking about number 2, Philippines number 2 taken, cute Loki, nipped it by the edge.
Yeah, but at the same time, they don't have enough gears to work around it. I'm not sure if this is smart or just reckless at this point. for Philippine two teams. They're forcing the fight out of a Myanmar team. Loki will be knocked down. There's going to be a scouter for the side of YG of Myanmar. Second team of Myanmar, the first team of Myanmar actually. And first blood taken over by Pickles. I think a good start this time, but they have to wrap things up really fast. We're talking about extended fight with those gunfires heard about and the audio cue coming up from the other teams. You will be the magnet of all the other teams to come over to this compound to be butting into this business as well. We're talking about it's going to be the compass for the players. But on the side of this second team of the Thais here, Infinity have a bit of a stalemate against the Cambodian team who won themselves in the top 3 just now. I have to say, Cambodians really played so well when it comes to this season. This entire 2023, they start to build up momentum. Hopefully that momentum will last to the end of the year as well.
Yeah, I would like to see something different for a change. Get a wild card taken on the entire region as a representative. But they will have to cross that bridge eventually when they get there. Right now, Infinity is the barrel in the way. They have to make a decision right now. Infinity, do you want to fight it? Or do you want to let it go? I would say go and fight it because you missed out on that opportunity in the previous game. Surely you're not looking to create a replay of what happened. If the end result, you know what they say, insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. You've chose the path of peace. Go out there, get some points in the bag.
I don't feel that's going to happen anytime soon because due to the circle itself, we ended up right on top of Los Leones. It's going to be urban warfare, and urban warfare never fare very well when it comes to getting eliminations because so many corners to actually hide in the apartment, so many floors to actually discover yourself. But the way they navigate themselves up to the players, in this case, it's going to be Thai second team. Bears start to open up a bit of a space for the Thai teams. But we do have KE quite segregated. They are being forced to split themselves here, making it a bit of disadvantage when it comes to their firepower. But we do have another Thai teams. This time both Thai teams going gun blazing straight off the bat. We're talking about both Thai teams being very proactive, getting those eliminations.
As they should, and look at that. Like I said, choose the path of violence, and here you are already profiting from that aggression, taking a couple of kills already. Now KE, the team who got the second place previously, might not even have a game this time around, and it could be Infinity who rise up to the second spot here.
As long as there's no third party coming in. So far, nobody's hovering around this compound either, and it's going to be the idea for KE. Devar will be shot left, right, and center, but still managed to knock one down. It's going to be Puff from the rooftop before. Puff placed himself towards the place where it's almost impossible for the Thai second team to reach him. Just gonna flee away from the crime scene like he didn't actually do anything right now. It's like just innocently running away. I didn't do anything, just shot one down, didn't even finish it off. That's really unfortunate. If not, they might actually secure one more point. Now, the only one that actually didn't secure any point come up from Infinity of the second Thai team is gonna be Logan. Will they try to hunt down on Puff? Happen to be really stuck in a corner. But we do have Fish FX this time dropping a bit differently. Just a bit separated just to make sure they got them somewhere. What? Puff!
This man could have clutched it for himself. 1 versus all 4, and he took down 2. Could have been bad. Could have been bad.
Wow.
But hey, he ain't heavy. He my brother, they say as they pick up and move to somewhere safer to go in for the revive.
I don't think it's needed for him to actually, just in case there's nobody else here. But Tony just, being a bit more brotherly love by the side of Beer. So that's really nice of Beer to actually do that. Even though he secured himself 2 eliminations already as a savior for the team. Unfortunately, Popov didn't actually have any sort of eliminations. They have gone down empty-handed for the Cambodian second team there, unfortunate enough. He just got himself a good run. Feels like a bit inconsistent since they forced themselves into the fight against Infinity, who happen to be never back down from any fights.
At least Pov could say one thing when they go back into the drawing board and start thinking. He wasn't a problem. He got 2 people. 1 man. Well, also he can push the blame to someone else. Although I know that's not how this game works. But right now we're looking at Philippines. Again, one that we shouldn't snooze on. that had their chances trying to wipe the likes of Vietnam, but of course it is Vietnam and they got punished for it in the previous game. This time round, up against the Indonesian 69 Hulk, taken out way too early, and now they have to play with a disadvantage, especially from the back end. What their cover fire has been taken out and more to fall on through. Philippines just doing absolute damage.
Philippine coming up from PBE lineup. Has managed to finish one of the first Indonesian team, and now the second team struggle as well as we speak. We're talking about the Myanmar team just hovering around to the side of Indonesia's second team. It has 69 teams or players. Will still be hunted down by another Philippine teams from behind. Feels like he trapped himself in a very precarious situation. It's surprising, right? Like, feels like they have sort of a vibe here for every nation. Like, if you saw the Thai first team start to engage, the second team happened to be doing the same thing. For the side of Indonesian team, yeah, both Indonesian team being hunted down at the same time as Vietnam's second team, SLD, going to its master's eye of GE of Myanmar. Look at how they just crammed them down from both sides. Every angle possible. There's nowhere to run for the side of a Myanmar team.
Yeah, I like this position. This reminds me of how they play it in the PEC, how the China region really just dominate. Their divide and conquer is the way, and now immediately GE just in not a great situation. Where did they look? They turn their backs to. At every angle, they seem to be covered by the likes of SLD. They were spraying in the barrel, and eventually they will have to crack. Master Kai is left, but he's silenced. Even so, they heard him breathing right at the corner of the walls. Will scout and eventually probably finish the job here. Meanwhile, Circle now moved on with Minas Generalis, smack dab in, well, the center point, I would say.
I ended up right on top left in detail, but the side of SLD, they're not going to give away any points freely, and definitely will start to go and hunt down all the other teams as well. Speaking of the Cambodians, FOD, the next one will be hunted down by the side of Myanmar, but they do have the elevations. I feel like they're going to be okay, but we're not done yet as Master Ichi finally being finished off for the side of GE. That's going to be the second team of Myanmar being finished off and eliminated at 40. Now, you saw how SLD of Vietnam's second team been playing, right? They secure every angle by themselves. That's just how confident the players are when it comes to the individual mechanical skills and the firepower. They hardly whiff, they hardly miss, and they can surely taking care of themselves so well. They can place all the plays in different angles to work around it. And it's just so hard to see that on different nations, on different regions there.
Yeah, that sort of play takes a lot of confidence to execute, because obviously it requires you leaving the entirety of your pack and, well, assuming this position. So you could tell that they're a high caliber team being able to execute that sort of team fight. Meanwhile, FOD now shooting towards the side of Yangon, and Geek, damn good, got confirmed down into the ground, gone out of this game by HFX. They are up against the Malaysian champions, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to fare up against them. The crash is coming in. HFX now going in as a duo. They have guns on the outskirts to ensure any sort of maneuver will be shut down, but they retaliate. Snipes gets one on the Sin on ND. Blue zone's coming in. HFX, they're pretty low. Mineral will fall out, but Snipes to trade on through. More coming in. Agency right here, getting shot out by Zillin Boy. It's it's a battle of mechanics right now, and it is a stalemate at the very least.
Feels like
Can
a
this
lose-lose
one
game.
nade end it all?
Feels like a lose-lose for both teams. The moment they jump out from this fight right now, the blue zone will shrink, and it's not going to be enough for them to actually recuperate themselves. We're talking about no first aid there, unless they actually have time to just loot out from those death boxes. But back to Southest. They're not done yet. Stuxnet, how can he actually clutch this? Last stick of health will actually clip out the blue zone. This is not doing well for the side of Malaysian team. Finally bowing out 12th place. It's just so hard with the blue zone against them. And Harvest secured those elimination by himself. The entirety of Gig Slate coming up from Malaysia first team. Clutch out by this one player.
you know what they say, get them on the next one. Then I guess, hey, that's all the Miramar they're going to be able to play today for the Malaysian teams. That yielded to potentially maybe less than 5 points in the 2 game. I would even say 0. They didn't fare too hard as well. But now DX coming in to clean up, takes on members of HFX. That is going to be them again, setting themselves up for success here. We've seen how they got 14 eliminations alone in that one match, and this is still the same game in Miramar, same compositions of teams. They will be trying to strive and break their own record, or even just get as good. Just get as good.
Yeah. Back to the side of Infinity of the Ties. Taking a bit of a pick, but lucky enough they have the compound to work with. The Philippine second team do have the high ground advantage, but at the same time they are quite in the open. No barricades, nothing except for the terrain to play around. But on the side of a Thai second team with AKM in his hands, bare scouted out where exactly they'll be standing coming up from the Philippines. Now they do have walls to take covers from, but if they extend this fight, I have a feeling it might be a third party coming in. You do know it's going to be navigating towards these shots instead of the direction of a circle for these guys. They want to hunt down for eliminations. Logan coming up from the flank side, try to climb up from the flank, but finally DX plays himself in a compound that have a bit of elevations here, but it's right across FOD. Look at how the Cambodians place themselves, 2 of them are high grounds, just to see if there's anybody coming up from the part of where they're scouting over. Fires shot, but nothing connects, and Rabe is slowly pushing towards the side, but it's a bit difficult for them to actually see through things from this side of view.
Yeah, I mean, they are up against elevation. It's a bit hard. DX as well. They're pretty far out. So many covers in their targets. So they will not yield to anything lethal. Circle has closed on further. Smack dab in center is SLD. Another one of those Vietnamese teams who reigned supreme if it wasn't for DX. And right now they are in position to take the fights on with Infinity and PH second squad alongside with VPE. The Thai squad has found themselves on the inside, and now DX Rabis gets shotgun to the face here up against PH. It instantly alarms the entire rest of the crew, and more fire to be held here as PH now primed up the nades, get ready to kind of throw things in and turn the tides. They will have some sort of a connection here. Lamborghini taking a bit of a flat fire damage, but right next to him, does he even know? Tossed in the nades, will clip it onto Rankid. Rankid takes a lot, and PH will eventually fall to the Supreme. That is DX, and they didn't even confirm a single victim in this situation. It was a sour one, and still they got away with a full squad and additional kill points onto their names.
This is really difficult to fight a CQC, long range, whatever kind of fight you're fighting against. DX feels like they are just way too good and outclassed, like you mentioned early on. Now Lao taking a fight against the side of Cambodian team. Honda being knocked down from those nades coming out from FOD. They are pushing in, they are flushing it out. They are going in for the rush. Easy coming out from the flank side just to clear the corners for the rest of the team to get an entry. They are breaching into this compound right on top of Lebanita as well. It's going to be swapping over Joseph to Scott L. Cooking up another nade. He hits the footsteps, taking it down easily, not even breaking any sweat swiftly. Cambodia first team of FOD just taking reign over this compound and taking dominance over it as well.
It is just insane how these teams are just stepping up big time. Only match number 3 now. Second Miramar of the day, and you could already see it's all out or nothing for most of these teams. FOD in quite sticky situation, holding in that stalemate for the time being. They did clear. They have some breathing room, but HFX still on the top side. If GZ could actually spot some members out, maybe they can go in with the taps, take some member down in the process. But that requires a heap load of patience that he does not have. He will instead set his eyes to someplace else eventually. Is he really expecting someone else to show up here? Wait, what? How does he know?
Never mind. I mean, like, we can just unsee that just now. He did put a lot of effort. Jay-Z come out from Laos. I mean, like you said, I back to differ. You said they don't have the patience. He definitely got the patience. They're the one who actually love to play the high grounds. Coming up from GZ of Laos, second team. They always take it as a third party, waiting for the other team to actually open fire first, and being the third party just taking in the fight, and not really taking the fight. They didn't even dish out that much damage, but they just secure the eliminations from the sidelines. But a questionable movement just now. We're just gonna forget that.
We shall not talk about.
It's something that we should never mention again. But back to SHFX, right? Indonesia first team, they always have a bit of a problem to rotate themselves in the circle when it matters, and they got caught always in between of the title. Talking about DX of the first Vietnam team, hunting down all the other teams here. We talk about, look at how aggressive and proactive they are. They're just scouting over their perimeters. Everything is clear. The entire crew will go in, and the entire cavalry will join in. Now, they definitely spotted out vampires coming up from the Thais right across those mountains, just across them, opposite them. But they spot out there's another team opening up fire from the side flanks as well. They are definitely attracted towards the side of Philippines, who's fighting against another team, which is going to be another Thai team. Still having a bit of a stalemate. They realize that the low ground won't work. They rush straight onto the hike and going in with the DBS. Logan secure this if he wants to. He can. They spot out on one, going for the sprays. Logan swap to M41 since, and the spray will play such a big part here. Logan playing it in zigzag manner. The Philippine team don't even stand a chance. And within seconds, they secure himself 5 eliminations already.
Finally, a push that goes to the side of Infinity. They tried to do this over in Sanhok. They got punished big time, but now look at that. Infinity, 8 kills last I checked. Or was I looking at it all wrong? They've got a heat amount of points going on their side. That is insane. Infinity finally showing their true colors, and now they have the top side of this entire circle. They will be able to, here on fourth, spray down and pray and hopefully get more kill out of the bag. But DX has got something to say about it.
They have a lot to say about that. They got themselves already 5 eliminations. So we're talking about 8 teams remaining. This is where they go really out and about. We're talking about these guys are monsters when it comes to getting those last eliminations. But we do have strong teams remaining, including both Thais and the Vietnam still in there. The Indonesian team still holding on to the 2 players left. With Myanmar 1 knocked down, feels like they're going to go for the rush. Vampires come out from the Thai teams, taking the center of the circle, right on top of La Bendita. Not really on top of a crate, but nearby to it. While YG and GZ going against each other inside of a crate area, a bit of a low grounds. The moment FOD spot this out, they're going to be the third party taking away all those eliminations from afar. But the thing is, Strong Zin coming up from Vietnam second to spot out exactly where the entirety of Infinities is. It's going to be really tough for them to get out from here, because the entirety of Vietnam will have their eyes onto the whole team of the Thais there. Look at how they line themselves in a straight line.
Yeah, that is less than ideal for Infinity. They do have the car though, which they have driven upwards, but God Tuning taking a little bit. Beer 11, can you match the likes of Parajin, who's got the scopes right onto you? I guess we'll find out soon enough. But the other Thai team, VPE, that is a statement. It's a statement for teams to smack dab in the middle. You know what that means? It means they're ready to fight. Come at them at all angle. They're right there. You could try, albeit potentially failed. I'm not sure, depending on who's the better firearm in this situation. But DX, they've proven themselves more than plenty, and Infinity looking to challenge that prowess.
Yep, it's slowly hiking up here. But Bear do have a support fire, a bit of covers for him. Logan waiting for the right time to take fires on, but they will be trapped in between if they don't move right now. Infinity have to cut across. SL, they have to move as well, because they are nearby towards the circle. One of the players already secured the perimeters inside of the rim of a circle, but Sunny will boost himself up first in case things go really south, right? SLD of Vietnam, they don't want to waste any more time. You know what? It's not worth investing so much with this sort of a long distance fight. is like, what, 400 meters apart anyway. It's so hard to clip them. Might as well just get into nearer inside of the circle instead. Don't have the double pressure going on with the blue zone coming in from the back line. DX on the other hand, look at Chua. He just pushed forward even though he got himself those walls. He doesn't care. He wants to go for the kill. They might actually secure this, but they're going to flee for the Indonesian team. Realize that they don't have anything else to cover with, but now giving a big view to the side of the Vietnam team. There's FOD right across them. They want to get all the eliminations as they can, but how they stop them from moving forward, FOD will be the next victim the moment the Indonesians leave their compound.
Man, these teams are just like pixel perfect right now. I can't even make the trace on a single pixel on where their bodies were, but right here they are, picking them up. Meanwhile, HFX thought they found shelter, gets blasted out by VPE. Like I said, they're smack dab in a circle. They're ready to fight. Someone tried it. They got blown up in the process. And so now more points going inside of Thailand. 2 Thai teams still very healthy. 8 kills already on the Thailand team number 2 and 6 on Thailand number 1. This could be the turnaround they're looking for. Vietnam not far behind, 5 eliminations and 4 respectively. And they're going at it with each other. Infinity being undergunned down by SLD.
Oh, smoke up. Buggy Lamborghini just gonna drift it away and just over around and just blowing up the Kaiser's covers. But the pixel shot coming out from FOD, Nung from afar with M416. Taking down one of the players coming up from DX. Now, Rabies definitely is not happy about this. Trying to fight back and redeem for the loss of his teammate. Spotted out Nung, exactly the guy that blown up and finished off Lamborghini just now. Look at the revenge coming out from the side of DX. The moment you touch your teammates, do not let you pass by. Easy just popping his head for a bit, but the Mini 14 did so much work for the side of Ravis. Vietnam first team just stopping FOD from the entry point here. Lucky enough, they still have smoke to take covers on, but the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view. Everything unfolds who's going to be triumph over this map. But right now, those in the middle, those stuck in the center of the crossfire will be having a really big problem to get themselves out of this war zone.
Yeah, luckily for DX, though, they're the ones who tap onto Infinity, so well, Rabies don't really have to worry on the back end because they've already got them marked out. The Infinity, I meant. They've already got Infinity marked out, so he's comfortable to play the angle to keep FOD at bay for the time being, but now they're all brushing into the circle, rushing through. DX is going to have one heck of a treat going their way with FOD right next to them, or they might just turn around and leave that one for VPE to clear up in the process. We'll see how things turn out. Meanwhile, we've got Vietnam 2, team number 2, already in compound here, but still by the edge of the circle. So for how long will they have this, well, this grace period before they have to leave and start their way into the center?
At least right now everybody's still safe. They don't have the necessity to leave just yet. But speaking of Frankie taking on FOD, they have too many attention on their side. 2 teams try to take them down bit by bit, including a YG coming out from the side of a Myanmar team, and Persian having their eye to the side of Infinity of the Ties as well. They cannot even pick out. It's going to be Persian's job to hold this angle, while the other of the rest of the team will actually have their focus shifted over to the other side entirely. Long still taking out a bit of a fight with DX for the longest time. Now Chua already cooked up the nade, but explosion! Wiping the entirety of DX! It's gonna be Nung, the playmaker for the team as well. What were they thinking with the smoke? Oh, buggy, everybody clustered themselves in there. Goodness me, Cambodia have it going with 8 elimination with that tree secured by Nung only.
You know what, they say till death do them part, and that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, the brotherhood bond caused them a little bit too much here, but meanwhile, Cambodia, they are the 6th team alive previously, now one of top 5. That's when they start letting loose with their trigger finger and start spraying down to make it count. Only 2 members from Cambodia, still full squad of both Thailand teams, and you have SLD with a full members. You have Myanmar and Cambodia coming in as a thorn. I guess you got to deal with that first before you can actually deal on with the rest. But right now, SLD they've got the covers. VPE has been holding in place for the longest of time, and it is SLD and Infinity that are barging in.
And both Thai teams still there. Feels like the fight of the Titans, and Cambodia again proving us that they have the consistency. Stone, on the other hand, have to figure out how to actually see what's happening outside. FOD being spotted out by the side of the Thai teams. Tony K still indoors. You have to be extra careful, extra vigilant in case there's somebody tossing over the nade indoors. It's going to be really troublesome for them. But it's going to be so many Thai teams up there having those elevations to work with. Parajin with a Mini 14 might actually spot out a bear, but the terrain is making so hard for them to land the shot. Gran G taking on Romeo Boy. And it's going to be a bit of a spray clip. Quite half of his HP now. Newsy right across him. Swapping over the UMP from the AUG. Just across the fence. Right in front of him. But the shots, the terrain's making so hard for them to land the shots. Shrubs taking over Infinity. It's a bit of a warfare, it's going to be a civil war between these guys of the Thais. They happen to be bumping into each other. Well, YG coming up from Myanmar, just hogging around the slope of the hill here, hoping it will buy them a bit more time. Well, FOD trying to flush out VPE of Vampire Tony K, but it's a failed attempt to do so. We're down to 4.
Right now, they're playing Ring Around a Rosie. Myanmar, 1 sec, may have 1 life, and he might just let it go here as Myanmar out in 4th place. 5 eliminations, but SLD still in the game. Thailand, first team, has got all 4 members, although 1 out of commission. They will get the revive done. Infinity using 1 member already, and 2 more will fall here, coming from crossfire from both sides. Infinity coming in clutch to kind of aid Vietnam in the process indirectly, but will also shoot towards the flags in red. They are coming in to capitalize on the warfare going on with VPE and SLD, and they have to do it very, very slightly. It looks like Vietnam just bowed out. It is 1 for Thailand. They said that we are not having a new region take over our glory days, and we're coming back on top. 11 eliminations for the side of Infinity. God knows how many there are taken out from VPE. Could they look to break the records that they have set?
They are 2 teams, but there's only 1 flag waving right now. Both teams coming up from the Thais, showing how strong they are. Still got it in the bag. Not willing to give away their era of glory days back then. Now coming back really strong. Well, we do have the elevations working on side of Infinity, and second team of the Thais. Will the second team take over, or will it be the first team that actually staying at first place when it comes to this map? Tunny and Miller trying to push forward. Newsy taking out on Logan. Stone taking on Tunny. It's going to be a bit of a trading to do, but down to only 1 player left for Thai second team. It's going to be Thai first team taking away the victory with a winner chicken dinner coming up from Vampires. They're here to bite them in the neck.
Vampire Esports definitely have lived the longest of time throughout this entire game, staying within the shades of the sun, created in that little compound for the longest of time until the prey came about and sucked them dry. They did, taking all the points to their end and even their brothers in the process. Vampire Esports representing Thailand as the best team from the country. National treasure. The 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
Oh, feels like a lot of flag waving over. It's going to be either Vietnam, Thais, and also Cambodians stepping up their games, including the Myanmar team. I have to say they're showing us what they have to offer when it comes to the Southest Asia Esports Championship. Now back to it. So what happened just now? It happened to be the circle just shifted towards a place that's not actually an advantage towards the side of those who actually on the lower grounds. If you don't have those elevations the last few times, it's just impossible to climb up to the small hill. Yes, it's a very small hill, but the moment they leave the hill, they are on the lower ground. It's a flat plain. There's nothing to cover. There's no vegetation. There's no structures. Just not even create. The only thing that you can rely on as a barricade is going to be those vehicles.
Yeah, the blown up vehicles, and that's really not the most flexible thing to play around with, since sometimes if it isn't propped up right, you could still shoot underneath onto their feet itself. So odds were against them. Although Infinity, they were the leeches in that three-way rumble though, because SLD and VPE were going ham at it, and they came in stealing some points. So I would say, as a fair gentleman myself, I would say that was a well-deserving win for the Vampires. They took on two teams shooting from different directions and claimed that championship finish. It's class. That's class above the rest right there.
Yeah, I agree. They were fighting their way into the circle, not having it easy as well. We saw how they were on a different side entirely where the circle landed the last few ones, and they actually crawl into it by grinding all the way, having so much brawls. I'm not sure how much utility they actually used, but at the same time, come up from DX of the first Vietnam team. You have to give credit to FOD Nang for that. That one vehicle being blown over, entirety of the team, two of them were healthy back then, but being knocked down straight the moment that vehicle being blown over, just the entire thing goes down easily. If DX was in the last few mix, it's going to be really massive, really a lot of gun blazing, but because of that, there's nobody else contending towards the last top 3 places, and the only one that coming in from those directions is going to be just another Vietnam team. The others of the Thais already got themselves quite an elevation to work with.
No, that's true. I think that moment right there, the car explosion, that was a pivotal point. Like, they were trying to make their way into the compounds of VPE. Now, if DX went up against VPE in a close quarter combat, God knows what would happen. I don't, right? Because they're two great teams. It still could have turned out the way you want to. But one thing's for sure, if VPE took on that fight, they would be in a position where they need to reset, and that could allow every other team to push on through, including SLD, including the Myanmar, and including Cambodia, who was around their compound. But nonetheless, should have, could have, would have. Thailand, team number 1, their best team with Tony K, Stoned, and the boys, Newsy as well, representing, taking that chicken dinner onto the side. And this is a more balanced and even match across the board, with both Thailand teams to be focused as they should. They did pretty well. Vietnam second team did the most damage, and Cambodia coming in with the most grenade at 32. It's not 53, but still good enough.
But you have to remind us the 53, huh? But at the same time, loving how we have different flags, a variety of all of the other teams that stepping up to the occasion, giving us a better performance than the last one, which is a bit too dominating over one flag only. But Thai team this time start to warm up a bit later, but they definitely have the engines warm up by now with a lot of eliminations since the start. We're talking about the first few skirmishes taken over by these guys since the first stage of a circle until the end of it. They have been fighting it and got himself breaking the record of the Vietnam previous map elimination point, which is going to be 15, a bit one more than the previous one. It's going to be the Thai first team coming out from none other than the Vampires. But we're looking at also Cambodians and Myanmar. They have been very consistent as well, especially Cambodian first team. They are ups and downs for both Cambodian second and first team, but Myanmar first team have been quite consistent, but the best consistency is still coming out from the Vietnam and also the Thai. You cannot you cannot take the credit away from these guys.
When this is the MVP from that sheer consistency. Schweppes, 7 eliminations, 1,000 plus damage. This man carried his team halfway through with 50% of the contribution coming from him and his lethal arms. That's why he's holding it. He got a little bit of cramp trying to carry the team. 4.06 in the MVP points. This man, Schweppes. Once again, remember the name, remember the face.
Yeah, lucky. Next time he might actually break his back just to carry the team. This time it's just a wrist. Lucky enough, just a wrist. But at the same time, you do have the players to focus. It's going to be a bit of a switching to do. Finally, we have one Indonesian flag waving on to the top players, including Harvest here. Look at how the damage output. But if you compare with the rest, I have to say Indonesians have been playing very smart as a third party. They got themselves 5 eliminations, quite a number, but the damage didn't tally up if you compare with all the others. Now, 1,000 over damage for Schweppes only in the recent map, but when it comes to news, he got 804 elimination. And then look, the saddest part is going to be Truong Zin, 700 over, but got only 3 of those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you bring that up. It's the tough questions, right? Let's be honest. Even across the board here, Indonesian was supposed to be one of the top contenders towards the number one spot, but so far in the past 3 games in day number one, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't really feel like it right now. Thailand, Vietnam, they're really up there for the occasion. Look at Vietnam squad number 2. They've got the most damage, despite not having the kills to match. You know they shoot true when it does hit, and therefore that's right there on the pillar itself. So Thailand, Vietnam already upping their game here. Will the rest follows? Will Laos finally see a kill across the board? Same goes with Brunei.
It's so hard to see that Vietnam's second team dish out so much damage but only secure 5 eliminations. There's so many knockdowns down there, but they just did not manage to translate into elimination points. A lot of teams still ended up with a 0 due to there's double elimination, 2 teams getting the moment you know for a fact there's 2 teams getting a double elimination points, because so many people ended up with 0 points down there somewhere. But for the overall to the rankings right now, taking the reign at the podium spot is going to be a 42 points coming up for Vietnam first team, which is going to be coming out with a lineup of the Xaviers. Thai second team here coming out from a lineup of Infinity with 32 points, only 1 point shy from the Cambodian first team, which only going to be 31 points tied with Vietnam's second team as well. But if you look at the gap between the 5th and 6th place, this is where it's quite huge at this point.
Yeah, that's where huge drop-offs happen that you don't really hold in with the ranking points itself. I'm pretty sure you do have up to like 8th, but not much of a significant differences. And I mean, elimination points is just insane coming out from the Thailand team from that game alone. So they're definitely in the top 5. It's a different bracket right there, which is weird because, just to echo it again, teams that you expect to see within the top 5 aren't in the top 5, or at the very least Indonesia isn't, or I might even say Malaysia isn't. So the other regions are finding their grooves with this new meta, and they're making it work for themselves. Maybe it's worth looking back into the drawing board and figure out how to play things a little bit more differently. Of course, it's not the end of it. It's only 3 maps in, and we have the next 3 maps that will happen in Erangel itself, all the way through, which means if they fail in the first Erangel, they can gear up for the second, and if they fail in that, you can gear up for the third.
Yeah, that's true. When it comes to Erangel, it's going to be a totally different game. Entirely those teams that actually managed to secure in Miramar, they have to push it out when it comes to Erangel. But before that, we're going to head over to a break for a bit and see you guys after this.
This March of 2023, we're excited to announce that the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile is back. In this comeback, the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile also plays the role of a friendly tournament for the C regional teams before the 32nd SEA Games. 20 teams from 10 countries: Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Cambodia will compete to a prize pool up to $30,000. The C Esports Championship 2023 PUBG Mobile is divided into two phases: qualifiers and finals. The qualifiers will have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, competing in 3 days from March 8th to 10th without live streaming. 16 teams with the highest point will be qualified for finals. The finals will kick in from March 11th to 12th, and we're happy to broadcast it for all the fans. Each day of the finals, the teams will compete in 3 maps: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, with the maps order alternated. Totally 6 matches per day. The teams gain points will be decided based on their ranking and eliminations after each match. Each elimination is counted as 1 point. Winner chicken dinner now grants the team 10 points. Second place gets 6 points, third place gets 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In this tournament, we will witness the best team fights for the $6,000. Runner-up team will get $4,000 and $1,500 for the second runner-up. From top 4 to top 8, they will get $500 for each team. With each winner chicken dinner, team participants also get $115 for each match from qualifier stage to final stage. More than that, we're also awarding individual prize such as finals MVP and gunslinger with $500 each. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party.
What?
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the player launcher and tactical camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, player launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, tactical camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next playzone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill could
And we are back. You guys are tuning into the Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023. I'm Chicha. This is going to be Kip. Will be our casters here for today. And so far, dominating over so many maps of Miramar, none other than coming up from Vietnam and Thai teams. Now, finally, we're just going to drop those Miramar maps now, right? We're going to hop into Erangel. Are we looking over different flags that are going to be waving for those chicken dinners and the overall ranking pointer?
Oh, honestly, if you want the honest answer, honestly, I don't think no. No, we're not going to see any new thing, right? Because what makes Vietnam and Thailand so strong, they know how to shoot well. They know how to shoot, capitalize opportunities, get the kills, and those are things that are not situated based on the luck that they get. So it wouldn't matter whatever map you want to throw them into. If they can shoot better than you, then they already won half the battle. So I doubt it's going to change.
I mean, like, is that the only reason that this guy is actually dominating over the rest of the nations that are actually fighting for that podium spot? Because do you think that's still down to luck, that 5% of luck and the 5% of circle? But we couldn't get into groving into those excuses, right? Because just now we saw how they were fighting. The circle's not their side for the Thais and Vietnam team that still make it with so many eliminations. So what's the main reason? The other regions still cannot have a grasp to actually take over these teams in the podium spot.
I think it's just that, right? They really know how to engage other teams. Back then, I mean, the game has grown so much and people has found, I guess, more confident ways to play the game. Back then, you huddle up, you survive the best you can, shoot on sight, and some teams are still doing that. But not Thailand and Vietnam. They've already ditched that strategy. They know how to actually go in for the attack. And like you said, it couldn't be luck because Vietnam had the worst luck in map number 2, the first Miramar map. They had to make all the way down into the circle that's, in the southern circle over in Chumacera, and still set a record high end towards their entire campaign. So I doubt that's luck at all. If anything, you gotta outshoot them or outplay them in some aspects.
I mean, like, the main reason that we saw the other teams are kind of being left behind, the one thing that I saw just now when it comes to Miramar, the teams that are actually running away from those fights will be the one that actually will be gunned down eventually. Feels like at this state, and so much at stake for all the other teams out there, it feels like they have to force the fight anyway. It's like you cannot run away, you have to face it. It's either, you cannot even leave it. People say take it or leave it. You have to take it in. Now we're dropping into Erangel, and this is going to be the OG map. There's no excuses anymore. If you don't know the map like the back of your hand, there's no way you can win on the maps at all. And it's going to be a really beautiful flight path, dividing the map into 2 parts. east and west, and everybody can drop within their reach. There's no more excuses about, the flight path is a bit wonky, it's a bit too skewed to the one part of a map. This is going to be everywhere have equal feel, starting off with this generous map.
Yeah, this is as even as one could have hoped it. It's right in between the pie. Well, I mean, I'd say it's about 55%, 45%, but still, it makes no marginal difference. And we can't hide behind those anymore, because most of the wins that we see today are not luck based anyway. So yeah, let's see who will be the unfortunate team to have to go up against DX in such early of the game here in Pachinki. 69 from Indonesia, who's having a tough time, and KE for Cambodia, who's done pretty decent well for themselves, I might say. But can they keep the momentum up now that we're back into Erangel map, where teams are, like you said, know the terrain in the back of their heads and more likely to take engagement because they know the situation.
And based on the circle that we saw just now, Pochinki at the edge of it, yep, I'm going to say Roshop, but it's really up north. Maybe we even dropping on the outskirts of Savannah if the circle really generous and just going to shrink it in the middle. But there's so many teams actually dropping on the southern part as well. Now, this is going to be a bit of a hassle for them to actually go into the circle in the first place. A lot of them will have so many skirmishes if those teams that actually decided to just camp it out on top of Roshok. Because we're looking at only one team. It's going to be a second Philippine team that dropping right on top of Savannah. And other than that, I have a feeling we might have a YG coming up from Myanmar, might actually rotate on the northern side, taking the bridge on top of Jogopul. So there's going to be maybe 2 or 3 teams just dropping around Stalbert as well. But the rest of them have to force the fight. Now, I did mention early on, it's either you're going for the hunt or you're going to be the prey. And feels like those teams that running away from those titans, they are accepting their fate as a prey. If they want to, it's like they have to fight it in. I mean, that's the only thing that they can actually do in that moment, and that's the only way for them to improve themselves. But there must be a reason. There must be some sort of principle on the side of DX or Xavier's team coming up from Vietnam first team that they hold on to. They can actually consistently getting all this placement since last year up to this year. This must have sort of a secret recipe that they hold on to, right?
Maybe their server is just even more competitive than most. I honestly believe that, like, in the bottom of my heart, right? Or let's take a look at Vietnam, for example, right? Their esports market comprised of a lot of youngsters, and they probably have more population than some of the wildcard people out there. Because if I model things off the China region, I believe it's the level of competition or the scarcity of opportunities and how many supply they are. That's what makes them strive to be the best of the best, to be able to occupy that opportunity itself. So I think Vietnam's pretty much the same. If you don't perform today, you're gonna get replaced by another tomorrow, and so they're always on their A game.
But at the same time, since you say it that way, then how come Indonesians being left behind? Because they are in the sort of same state. If you talked about having so much potential, having so much talent in their country, and when it comes to geography-wise, the population itself, I think Indonesia should have been up there. But they were up there once upon a time, but it has been quite a long time since we see Indonesian team actually taking reign over the Southeast Asia any tournament.
Which is why I said it's a surprise that they aren't out there. Which is why whenever you see teams like Brunei, if they were to have a great finish, it's a big deal, right? Because you wouldn't have expected them, but if they perform, that's amazing. If they don't, it doesn't feel like like something's not being met here. So I think that's, I would say, what drives a lot of these esports nation forward. Because take a look at the regions that are big in esports, right? It's Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam. It's these 4 countries are like king in esports, and they're all like I guess very populated countries itself.
That's true. But if you compare it with how Vietnam built up the momentum throughout esports, particularly on PUBG Mobile, there have been very slow start at first, but back to the side of Indonesia, we do have Myanmar, happen to be clashing a bit of rotation here, of their crossing path too early on when they tried to get into the compound for the second checkpoint. But in this case, I'm not sure about Mineral having to pop up the smoke in the middle of the street, but so far feels like they are winning the fight over the Myanmar second team, which is going to be GE. They are the #1 team when it comes to getting into PMPL wildcard, but right now feels like the momentum are losing it quite a lot with the recent professional league they're just participating in, and it feels like a bit of a mess, a bit scrappy coming up from their performance when it comes to the C Esports Championship.
Which it speaks a lot about like the competitive levels as well, right? Like if you were to play within the Vietnamese league and you play it within like the wildcard league, it's a different league. Like safe to say, it's a pretty much a different league all in all. The strategies are different, the play style are different, the skill caps are different.
If you mention it that way, then okay, we're gonna have a bit of a talk here, all right, guys? Since nothing is happening so far, except for those few skirmishes early on. But back to it, that skirmish. HFX still gonna get over towards the side of one person left on the side of GE. Still two of them still remains on the side of Myanmar second team there. HFX still hunting them down. Master Ichi still managed to clutch on one, but still didn't secure and translate into one elimination point just yet. As Small just giving a bit of a support fire, warning shot not to come over. But there goes Master Ichi, pushing into the side of HFX. A bit of a pig there, leaning over. Sinon just straight away shoot him down, but Master Smile a bit later than his teammate coming into this, cooking up the nade. A drop on top. Sinon didn't clip over, didn't connect, but this gonna be digging their own grave. This is unnecessary fight coming up from GE as they're losing when it comes to number of men, but still gonna remain with Sinon. If he clutches, it's gonna be great! 2v4! What not? Why not? And we mentioned about Indonesian teams just now. I'm going to talk about this later on. Don't worry. We're going to go back into it. But Myanmar with 2 men remaining, they clutch it out against an entire team, entire squad of Indonesia first team HFX just now.
Yeah, Myanmar is just a different set of phenom, man. Just recently, I think earlier or late last year itself, Myanmar start to shine on through with their esports. They are actually producing high-performing players, and yeah, that might go against my theory, but then again, they are outliers in every theories. It's not rule, it's a theory. I mean, 1 out of 10 person who breaks the theory doesn't make it a rule, and Myanmar is that rarity right now. In all fronts, Myanmar is just coming in super strong.
That's true, I agree, especially this season, this year as well. Feels like their era to start. The dawn of their era coming up from Myanmar and Cambodia as well. But on the side of Myanmar, this is what I talked about before, right? You can't run from these fights. And they're taking the fights and realizing that they can actually take the fight. It's all down to confidence. It's all down to the mindset. But in case of Bruneians, they prefer the mindset of running away than fighting it straight on. Maybe one of the many reasons newbies don't have enough gears to fight straight into the hands of Infinity of Ties. They are a bit split out. Spreading too wide among themselves and forced to do so due to the hunt coming up from the side of the Thai teams. Will reunite with the rest of the team, but newbies, can it get away unscathed? FPG from Laos back up, will not back up from any fights here. Trying to find for more. I mean, like, he just back out literally, and like, that's too far for me. Giving it away. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take that back.
Well, backing out sometimes is a strategy. It's an attack strategy. How? Because you're recuperating to fight another day. And as long as you're still in the game, you're still playing to win. That's pretty much Battle Royale in a nutshell, in case you guys didn't know. Meanwhile, circle closed. SLD, they had the better part of the circle for the longest time. Right now, smack dab in the center is Vietnam, Thailand, and so on and so forth. VPE will be coming in and pushing maybe into the likes of back out himself. So we will see if he would back out from this fight or actually hold his ground.
How can we not be surprised? Thailand and coming out from Vietnam, they know every single pattern of a first circle. Exactly got himself in the center of a circle this time. Feels like they know Erangel better than the rest of the other teams competing here right now. And circle shrinks even further. It's going to be on the outskirts of Yasnaya, right side to the side of Roshok. Infinitos, he plays himself in the center of everybody else. But we do have KE again. When it's about reading the circle patterns, I feel like KE actually can do it better than some of the other teams.
I mean, if your whole entire core strategy is to play it to the top 8 before actually firing the barrel of your gun, then you kind of have to be really great in identifying where the next circle might be and how to rotate into it, right? Like, if that's your core strategy, then you might as well spec into that. Could be lacking a little bit in the firepower front, but that's fine. Meanwhile, talking about firepower, Thailand sits here and 69, thinking that they might have the chance to actually go up against it, but the nade goes on forward, clips onto no one. But that would be a telltale sign that someone else is within this compound. He is holding a DBS. That bullet pretty much showed his position a little bit. It saw him inching across the window, will open one up and shoots him down. Surely, Nuzi could have gone in with the second kill, but the shots were a little bit too heavy there. Took him down for the meantime. And the rest of Thailand, Tony K now finding an vantage point. Stone comes in, but Hulk will get secured with the flames of hell itself. Ravone is there. Still would be able to get picked up. So Thailand will have to make this one work. Instead, they are making an exit out of this compound. So a big loss for Thailand, and Stone to join on with. I thought they were exiting this spot.
Shrubs now trying to push in again. Ravone, the moment he heard that DBS! How? Tony K out of nowhere, coming up from the lower ground from a different component tile, now giving aids towards those who in need. And 69 Hulk from above the second floor. He spotted him out. 69 only leaving one member left. Just pays, have to pay for the entire team as well. As Tony K coming up, the nade will claim him. It was right on the dot. The timing was impeccable to drop the bomb. But Straps taking a DBS. Oh, that DBS. You saw how Ravone just now, the moment he heard that DBS open fire by the side of the Thai teams, he just want to build it out. He just shut the door behind him and jump it over. And you know what? I don't want to be any part of it. But they're not giving it any leeway. It was so close for Indonesian team to actually clutch that one out.
Yeah, they had the nade to reset it also. Thailand, that was definitely not the cleanest. I would say it was insanely sloppy, and they lost more than they should in that sort of engagement. Nuzi went in with the DBS. All he had to do was hip fire, but from the door side, the other member came in, but he was there without a backup, and they paid the price heavily, like you said. And meanwhile, Cambodia crashing onto Myanmar immediately rolls him over. That's a little bit of an iffy move right there. That's going to be a talk of the town for sure. For sure, they're not going to let this one go. Myanmar, they're going to be out for blood right after this.
But at the same time, I'm waiting for another team that's scouting behind their backs here. Feels like they want to go for the rush against Cambodian FOD right now. But they're thinking things through. They are being surrounded. They take themselves this watchtower. It's going to be coming up from Philippines. A team coming up just behind them, tossing out the nade at first by Rankit, but it was a bit too long, too far-fetched. Nang just gonna get himself a couple of scopes, a bit of upgrade of loot, but they do have another contest coming out on the other side. It's going to be coming up from Myanmar team GE. GZ, as always, the ones who's ready for any fights, but the moment they start to fight, everything goes a bit messy due to attracting unwanted attention from afar. It's always going to be stuck in between two teams here for the side of GZ. But the X on the other end spotted out VPE, who start to migrate themselves to be inside of a circle and let them pass by. Since they are in vehicles, quite hard for them to actually shoot them down. But Rabies and DX, they are committed to take the teams out, which is going to be right across them. Lao, PG is nearby as well, sharing compound. So many teams around this corner, and we're talking about 4 teams here.
4 teams around DX, that only makes them happier and happier. That's like 4 teams. That's 12 points across the board, and they only need 14 to break their record. So I don't think saturating around Vietnam is such a good thing. Look at that. Immediately Parajin already tagging onto the Bruneians. Philippines also on their sight. This is one man with 2 windows, and he's balancing the back and forth real well immediately. Already getting this player half HP from the Philippines, who's tossing up a nade. Both of them are reflecting each other, but he's cooked one up much sooner and will detonate it right onto Shako, who's now on his knees, and teammates are a bit too far to come in for the rescue.
I'm just trying to finish off the job here by exploding that vehicle. Easily finished off Shako and translate into 1 point. Even though they don't have 24 frames, more than enough to actually slowly push forward. They have to recuperate themselves. SLD have their eyes right on towards this Philippine team, who just finished off 1 small victory. But Master Ichi coming up from behind as well. I'm not sure where are the rest of GE, but right now back towards the circle. Infinity and KE do get themselves in the center, with Empires coming in just as a duo. Well, we have Bruneians, one from far apart. I'm not sure where the rest of the team already got finished off, possibly. Only left with Piasao. While the Philippines still fighting against SLD to cut across. We have Master Ichi at the back line as well. This is going to be the backstabber or the playmaker between these 2 teams that have more men fight against. But again, the circle right in the center for Infinity of Ties. Wow, I mean, they don't even have to budge, they don't even have to move, but hopefully they have enough resources to last them long enough in the center.
And talking about moving though, Malaysia, Geek, Slate, finally making a move here against the Cambodians, who had the compound and actually just get wiped on clean. 0 contest needed, thank you very much. 3 points going to the side of Cambodians. Kill enemy. Killed off the entire squad for Malaysia.
That's unusual. We're talking about one of the best teams out there in Malaysia contesting right now. Not showing any sign of fire or sparks of fight at all. Didn't have any helmet just now, due to maybe being shot down in the head a couple of times, breaking his helmet all the way down to none. But now back to the side of Lao. I'm loving how Lao, coming up from GZ, has been quite consistent to stay at top 8 all day long. It's unusual for us to see Lao actually have this sort of consistent. This is actually a good sign for them as well. But the one that actually still hard to shake them from the inside, it's going to be Vietnam. Again, DX start to move forward. Look at how confident they are taking an open space. But the one still firing on inside of a field, it's going to be FOD trying to take down on the Philippines. Raimon spotted out by John. But John have to pick his point of whether to go on left or right side, because the open window will actually be his bane there. If he focuses on too much on what's in front, the other side of the window will actually shoot him down. Blanks taking on Trongs in of SLD. They're taking 2 fights at a time for the Philippines.
This is where the rest of the Cambodian squad are strong, right? They can hold strongholds very well. We've seen it already. Malaysia try to push onto them. Gets gunned down in the process. And now they have the sniper's nest, which is going to be something that they're more comfortable. Now, that sort of warfare engagement. Meanwhile, haven't seen much of Laos besides that one moment that they backed out from a guy named Back Out. FOD, on the other hand, secured a bunch of the name from Philippines on their hands. And even Puff Puff taking another Filipino team. And in fact, getting them eliminated at 12th place with only 3 points. So, FOD from Cambodia and Kill Enemy doing set up for a good start.
This is Golden coming up on Porza. He got a straight line of sight to see DX to take down the Titans easily. But he managed to clip only one elimination. One more. Frankie is down as well. Porza is such a thorn. just next to Lamborghini. It's just such a nuisance to the side of DX, but Posa making such a golden play for the entire team, going valiantly coming up from the side flank and just wiping the floor clean, and Vietnam won, eliminated due to this.
Wow.
Due to that one person. Posa.
Wow. That is going to be painful to think of right now. They have the lead at 43 points. And now, look at Cambodia. They're really raking up the kills here. They're really raking points accumulated. They've already made their way this far. Top 10 teams in the mix. Now they just need to get the elimination across the boards. It's already 6 for FOD. Surely, with 37 points under FOD, or was it Kill Enemy? I think it was Kill Enemy with 37 points. Them from 43 points is really nearby.
It's any time now they can just take over the first spot if they have that consistency not being eliminated early on. All they need to do is just keep the boat afloat and stay alive. They're gonna take over the #1 podium anytime soon. It's been never or hardly we see Cambodian teams or Laos actually taking over #1 spot ever, and this might be it. This might be the time for us to actually see a new history in the making. But still, coming up from Philippines, they try to challenge on the side of the Cambodian teams. KE, the top of Pov, Devon and Kaya, definitely are aware what is happening here. But in the meantime, Philippine first team don't have any covers set for those terrains and hills. A bit of vegetation in between. That's all the covers they can actually take on. Raima slowly crouching toward the other side. Assassin taking on a bit of a civil war of Lao. Honda straight away blown up from that shot. Lizzie spotted out the rest of the team coming up from GZ. PG, they're doing so well this round. Eliminated entirety of DX early on. Now taking on GZ, another contender for them. Spot out Assassin, but that spray feels like it should be connected. What a good spray, but unfortunate enough, didn't clip any of it, but Assassin walked straight into KE on the other side.
Like I said, this is their language of war. You give Cambodians a hut to turtle into, and they will shoot through from the window side, and they're gonna make it count. Look at that. Even you cannot. They're so confident when it comes to fights across the field, but when it comes to a close quarter combat, they get a little bit shaky somehow. But Cambodians know their strength, and that's why they're playing towards their advantage right now. Formerly with the Sniper's Nest, they eliminated Philippines, and they're eliminating more teams across the board. Look at Cambodia's first team here. Already 8 eliminations, 40 points now in total. They are this close to taking over the #1.
And the one that actually chased it is going to be PG, surprisingly. It's coming up from Laos. I agree with the fact that Cambodia really is strong when it comes to long distance. That's why they tried to hush away everybody who was trying to get near them in the first place, taking all the high grounds. But now Tony K spotted out Honda, who got knocked down early on, got revived back on his feet. But look at how back out and Lizzie just going to cook up the nade right across the street now. This definitely Honda going to give away this information. And relay back towards the rest of the Rosa. But Posa being spotted out. He's running away from the Blues. And the Blues are clipping on that side first. They barely make it into the rim of the circle. Circle going to shift again. But Posa almost close. And now finally knocked down due to Blue Zone as well. But the spray and the pressure from Tony K. Oh, goodness me. So close of being knocked down for Shrubs. But the Blue Zone is closing in. Tony K have to save himself out from the whatever rock that he's actually stuck in. But here comes the rest of the team of another tie. Oh boy, this couldn't go any worse for Tony K right now. He needs to pick up his mate. He needs to make sure he's alive. There's one more team coming up from the back line and one more team in the front chasing them out as well.
Oh, no.
It's a splat for Schraps.
That was a rollover for sure. And now VPE, the Vampires, find themselves up in broad daylight. Will not stand his ground and will actually burn to their demise. That would be VPE out, a team that was dominating previously, and Infinity coming in, going far and beyond, and actually taking out that competitor that were holding them back. They said that this is our chance for that chicken dinner. Meanwhile, Kill Enemy taking more. PG falling like flies, playing in the blue right now, straight up in the open, and Cambodians They don't miss from the far side. They're making sure it counts, and they are raking in those kills. 41 points, already 8 from it. Eliminations in total. This is their overall standings within the group. It is Myanmar who will bow out at 6th place, 4 kills.
Both Cambodian teams show strength when it comes to this Erangel. They try to keep the distance between the fights that they're having right now, avoiding a CQC, but for the Thais, they're forcing it in. But on the side of PUBG, they try to keep also a mid-range distance and will back up from the top as always. But back to the side of Infinity of the Thai, the only remaining Thai teams here. Well, we do have one more Philippine teams remain as well. The only representative coming from Philippines, actually. Back to the side of the Thais, they're spotting out FOD. This is gonna be the Cambodian first team who got himself those 8 eliminations. Now heading towards the side of Thai second team, try to show who got the super strength for the brawl in the field. But the Cambodian second team going towards the side of PG, coming towards just right across. They're playing around the corners. Back up will be burned off by the Blues and leaving only Lazy out. Feels like KE have no problem to clutch this one out. It's going to be 3v1. There's no way he's winning that for Lizzie. Still Lau placing himself at the top 5. There's quite a consistency coming from Lau team. But here comes Sunny. Greeted heavily with that nade just now.
Kill enemy. Made it onto the 10 elimination across the board. 4 more to break a record coming in from Thailand. Can they do so? Both Cambodian teams still in the mix. FOD now being the thorn to Thailand's Infinity. But Thailand will be able to go in with the revive. That's going to take their manpower back up to health and going to be able to take on the pressure that will be coming up from the side of Cambodia. But they have to be careful because Philippines, 2-member snake in a bush right now. And with the DBS, if he could get close enough, that could be fatal. Philippines playing it super safe. They have the information. Or do they choose to react?
Philippine team even dropped their backs just to be sure they won't be scouted because they are in the open field here. Just about the toss of one nade can change so much at these circumstances. The top with SLR. And nade dropping on Puff Puff. He's on his knees right now. Ranky giving the pressure straight onto his side of top. Infinity might take advantage towards this, but KE the top have his eyes onto his side of Infinity. Bear be scouted out. SL straight gonna be on. That was a perfect crosser, but he needs to reload back. And Bear couldn't even leave his spot right now. Just to attract the top to face him, while the rest of the team making a bit of a work and effortlessly going on the outskirts of it and going from a back line. FOD feels like they are stuck in between this crossfire, but KE still have the wall to guard them for a bit more time on it. Raimon slowly coming over from the Blues, but John in the back line, Mela with the nades. It's just remarkable toss. Over that long toss, but here comes Tony, make a big U-turn and Mela down on the ground as easy. Taking back off redemption towards his teammates being knocked down. Puff Puff want to take part of it. They start to push as well. Nang finished off Tony here. Kaya on the ground is Ryan taking advantage. But KE moved to a side of Philippines. They have to segregate their attention. Philippines stuck in the corner. Which one do you want to fight first? They are a bit hesitant. But the top swapping over to the DBS. Going through the smoke. Crossing the street now. It's going to be right in the face of Infinity Base. Just right across him as well.
They're right across it, but blinded by the smokes here. He will shoot through it. FOD gets a couple of pickoff onto Infinity. Beer 11 gets taken down. It is the top who moved up of the front lines. Now being a snake in the grass. This one rattles with the DBS. He takes down another. Now Logan, should that information be transferred onto his end, and maybe he can make an informative decision to react accordingly. He has his gun equipped, but I don't think they're staring the right direction in the top right now. It might just come in from their sides. It's not going to be looking great, but PH and Logan takes one of the opposing Cambodian team, but little did they know, the top actually got onto Godtuni. Godtuni not down and out just yet. Going in with the heels. Philippines out in the blue, and Logan finally shows himself once again. this. The pressure's on at the top. Runs straight into the sights here. Gets gunned down from the barrel. Takes a little bit from the left-hand side. Surely they would have changed the trajectory. Thailand's playing absolutely out of their mind. Trying to do pixel-perfect movements, but unfortunately gets caught out. Gartuni's still in. Devon will now come in from the side of Kill Enemy. Goes in for the pickup, increases their chances for survivability. Same with Gartuni, who's making a run for it. FOD will cleanse him out. Now it is Cambodia versus Cambodia.
No, it's gonna be either 1 or 2 there. Cambodia's second team.
Well, I guess that's not necessary now because it is Kill Enemy that takes home the ultimate victory here. A chicken dinner put on their sides after perching up from the sniper's nest. They found their way compounds after compounds, holding it relentlessly, shooting across battlefields, and they find themselves at a double-digit kill score. It is one that's named Kill Enemy, and the enemies that they kill. A chicken dinner going to the side of Cambodia again.
I have to say, both Cambodian team might actually secure the double digit. Just now, it was so close of taking it away from Cambodia's second team, and this chicken is going to be a Nang. But his HP was so low, he doesn't have those health utilities to reset himself. Hence, it's going to be on the side of Cambodia's second team to take away with the last revival that actually saved a lot for them to actually secure this chicken dinner. But there was a hell of a map just now. Ended up right on top of an open field. Plus, you have to give it credit for the side of the Thai teams just now. They were with only 2 players. We saw how the top was actually hovering around with the DBS for the longest time. They were just too focused about towards the side of Philippine teams as well. And this time, I mean, like, they survived long enough to get in the top 3 in the open field, kind of stuck every angle possible with everywhere everyone is shooting them down. Still managed to hold it in. But Cambodia, this is the era of the World Cup region, right? We mentioned before. Both teams have been showing such promising outcome coming up from Cambodia, especially taking out the fight long to mid range. It's so hard for them to actually secure really CQC. We saw that even though the DBS in the hands of the top, but it did work out quite well. But back to us in the mid to the early game, they have been going really proactive so far.
Yeah, it's insane seeing. I'm reminded on the Cambodia's prowess, right? When push comes to shove, if they still have their teammates, they work well. They know what to do, and they know how they're going to end the game. And the top is just showing us what that sort of sacrifices are, right? Maybe you send one person up in the front line. They know they could risk that because they have 3 more members that were still in play if anything bad happens. But still, like you said, props to Thailand. That was not an easy one to get out with. They were crossfired between 2 Cambodian teams, to say the least. Same goes with Philippines in that situation itself. But Cambodia now probably the first nation to get 2 chicken dinners, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations, that's a lot going on their side. Yeah.
Is it? I feel like if both teams actually did secure each chicken dinner early on, was it really? We have to go back to the overall ranking, but I do want to know where they stand right now, because we do know for a fact it's so hard for us to actually see Cambodia when it comes to overall ranking to take the #1 spot in South Asia. This might be it. The first time we're looking that Cambodian team actually overtake and might be already overtook the first place, which was early on is either Thai or Vietnam team as always. But the thing is, can they maintain this sort of consistency? At least it's just 2 days, right? If it's a long league, it's going to be exhausting, but lucky enough, just only 2 days. But can they make it within these 2 days? We're halfway through and we're only down to 2 more maps of Erangel. Can they finish off as still #1 spot? Wow.
Well, they can be #1 if they keep up this consistency, nearly breaking the record of 14 eliminations, now with only shy 13. And you're talking about a team who was absolutely a beast earlier on, Vietnam, and taking most damage, about the 3K mark as well. And Thailand, again, with the 50 bomber, that is no surprise, as we all know that from that region, they love their throwables. Vietnam got the 53, so still, Vietnam will be holding records upon their sleeves with the most elimination and probably the most grenades used.
I think Thai actually got 4 or 15 elimination just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. mean, there's going to be the top contenders next. It's going to be Cambodia. But at the same time, loving how, including Laos just now, who took down DX, who's supposed to be at #1 spot earlier on today, by taking such a golden view from the sidelines. But so far, when it comes to the eliminations, 23 points in total, including their rank points for Cambodia, first and second. Both teams performing such a brilliant outcome when it comes to first and second place taken by the Cambodian team. The Thais been pushed down here with only 12 points. But the Vietnam is like being pushed towards the second page all the way down.
Well, you know what they say, you can't win every game, and I guess after a heavy Miramar round, you're eventually set up for setbacks, and this could be the one match that they take a break from, you know? This was it. They still have 2 more Erangel map to be played later on today, but first, the MVP is one who I know and I hold close dearly. It's Puff Puff, the little boy with a big heart. 2 eliminations, 876 damage, and about a fair bit of contributions across the board here. 29%, that's more than each individual's expected to. That's 25. It's a good split.
When you were with them back then, he was a little boy. He's a man now. He's a big man with a lot of damage out there. But back to us when it comes to players to focus. We do have a lot of Cambodian players right now. Everybody else being pushed down. We're talking about John Axe. It's going to be 2 coming up from Cambodian first team, which is none other the teams coming out of FOD lineups, including with Osja Esports. And it's the second Cambodian team off the top, and Kai coming from KE. Nang squeezing in here. I love how Nang actually really performs so much when it comes to critical situation and how to things over towards their side. Logan coming from the Thais, placing himself at 5th place. Still squeezing in for the Thais. Just now he was holding on to the center of the haystack with nothing else to take covers from. But I want to see the overall rankings because I need to know who's actually getting at #1 spot. But look at the damage output. 3,000?
Yep. Insane. This team is insane. Oh my god, 3,000. That's more than what Vietnam did in that one game, which is a 2.5k or something. 3 grand just shooting from the top there. Meanwhile, look at Cambodia, #1 team. 12 kills still. These two are, well, I guess you could say a twin towers at this point. But yeah, and you know what's great, what's refreshing? #1 is seeing new faces from Cambodia up across the player feature screen, because let's be honest, right? I've had a taste a bit about the scene since back then, and back then there weren't many talents within the field, and all these new names that are coming up, they are literally changing the whole scene for Cambodians here, especially in esports.
Speaking of changing of the tide, this definitely is something refreshing. We're looking over 49 points, taking over the first Cambodian teams, and Thais being pushed down to the 2nd place, and the Vietnam first team being pushed down as well to the 3rd place. But closely behind is going to be chasing up towards the top 3. It's going to be Cambodia's 2nd team, while the Thais is going to be alternating Cambodia, Thai, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thai, Vietnam. You look out down to 6th place. It's the same sequence as well. But I'm loving how Laos pushed up to 7th place within 1 map only.
Congratulations, Laos. I mean, they did the absolute craziest thing to be able to wipe out the entire DX. That's no easy feat to do, and well, congratulations to be able to have that opportunity to shine out so bright. But right there on the overalls, it is one that nobody would have expected at least 5 years back. Not only that Cambodia is at #1 spot, they have 2 teams within the top 5, and they have been consistent through and through for today. Like literally every map, there's a Cambodian finish somewhere.
Yeah, and like that's the consistency we're looking for. It feels like this time, I'm not sure, is it something that they have been dormant inside themselves all this while throughout the Pro League? We haven't seen them that much. But I just hope when it comes to the Pro League, they will bring up this sort of performance too. But before we can see if they can stay consistent or not, we have 2 more maps to go. But before that, we're going to hit the break for a bit. See you guys after this.
This March of 2023, we're excited to announce that the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile is back. In this comeback, the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile also plays the role of a friendly tournament for the C regional teams before the 32nd SEA Games. 20 teams from 10 countries: Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Cambodia will compete to a prize pool up to $30,000. The C Esports Championship 2023 PUBG Mobile is divided into two phases: qualifiers and finals. The qualifiers will have 20 teams divided into 5 groups competing in 3 days from March 8th to 10th without live streaming. 16 teams with the highest point will be qualified for finals. The finals will kick in from March 11th to 12th, and we're happy to broadcast it for all the fans. Each day of the finals, the teams will compete in 3 maps: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, with the maps order alternated. Totally 6 matches per day. The teams' gain points will be decided based on their ranking and eliminations after each match. Each elimination is counted as 1 point. Winner chicken dinner now grants the team 10 points. Second place gets 6 points, third place gets 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In this tournament, we will witness the best team fights for the $6,000. Runner-up team will get $4,000 and $1,500 for the second runner-up. From top 4 to top 8, they will get $500 for each team. With each winner chicken dinner, team participants also get $115 for each match from qualifier stage to final stage. More than that, we're also awarding individual prize such as finals MVP and gunslinger with $500 each. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party.
What?
there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next Playzone and Airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The trace
Will new history be made with the wildcard region, especially coming up from Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, if they can take away the podium spot in the hands of the Titans like Vietnam and also Thailand. Now we're back in the Southeast Asian Esports Championship 2023. I'm going to be your caster today alongside with my partner Keith. Amazing as always, I'm Chuchu. And speaking of which, you guys still have so many questions in the chat asking, is this SEA Games? No, this is a pre-hype for SEA Games, okay guys? So it's sort of a exhibition match before we get into SEA Games. And before we get into more tournaments in the future, we have a bit of a glimpse about what's going to happen with all the top tiers of South Asia teams happen to collide in this tournament.
Yeah, and I guess you put it well and nicely. Will we set new records right now with the, well, I guess the glory of wildcard being in the #1 spot? I do have to bring in mind, though, that you can win the battle and still lose the war. So let's not get over ourselves, because it is a two-day run, actually. This is only the second last map for the day before we conclude the day. But hey, having a Cambodian team or any wildcard team or any of the non-popular regions in the #1 spot is a good start towards actually winning that war comes tomorrow. But yes, this is the pre-game to the SEA game, so bring their A game, as we have 2 more to play today, both happening in Erangel. And I guess you are right as well, Chu. It did come out differently, although I said it won't.
I mean, we're looking forward for that. I'm actually feel like a betrayal by rating over the World Cup region to finish strong day #1, still maintain #1 spot. The problem is the gap is not too far off for the other team to catch up on them. I mean, like, yeah, we do love how you did mention early on when it comes to technicalities and their firepower, when it comes to their knowledge on CQC and how they take the fight and the approach to a certain compound is way better when it comes to the Thais and the Vietnam team, right? But when it comes to long range fight, feels like teams like even Cambodians and even on the side of Laos are doing it better. It's all just to pushing it one step at a time. But right now the gap is not too far off. It can easily be overtaken again within one map. We still have 2 more Erangel maps to go, and that was just the first one.
Yeah, so this is, if anything, it should be redemption to all these teams who may not have finished it greatly in a previous match. Malaysia, just saying, it could be anyone who's down in the bottom or the bottom half of the entire page roster itself, right? Vietnam didn't have it very nice as well in that previous match, but hey, that could be a wake-up call, seeing their #1 spot being handed over to Cambodia. That could just be what it takes, what it needs to actually drive them full throttle in this next Erangel match, and probably the next Erangel match, to solidify the lead.
But so far for the circles, and also the flight path. A lot of circles dropping right on top of those flight path. We had generous circle and generous flight path in the first Erangel, but when it comes to the second one, will it be almost the same or similar? We have to wait and see, because usually if you have a back-to-back same map, the circle and the flight path will be very different, but the circle won't be as far off than the first one. And so far, when it comes to the flight path, we do having from the southern part, from on just the outskirts of Milta up to a sort of shooting range. I feel like we might ended up right on top of the center again. Possibly.
Then again, we've seen time and time again how circles can throw in some sort of a curve ball and go all the way down very pure per se, or maybe even starboard. That'll be a nice one to watch. But hey, it's not about what we want, it's what the team wants, and they like a center-putted circle. We'll see if they get it on this map.
We never Zaki, that's for sure. If you have experienced Zaki, do give me a screenshot of it and tell me, and I can start, burning UCs or do something really ridiculous, because that never happens. Zaki is just a title on the map that nobody knows its existence. That's it. That's just it. If it happens in Zaki, have you seen a Zaki circle? Honestly speaking,
Close. It closed in the first circle around the Zaki area, but then it pulled away towards Georgia Paul. Yeah, so we've never seen a Zaki circle. and then right here again, we're looking at it. No, but what if Zaki is not even coded in the algorithm for a circle to even shift that end?
feels like that way, no? I feel like if that's the case here. Because we might end up right on the outskirts of shooting range. Usually that's where it might end up, but these days it's so hard to read the circle, including how hard for us to actually read the first few fights there. A bit of skirmish too early on as they try to fight as their first compound between the Indonesia versus the Philippine teams. Coming up, Indonesia's second team fighting on taking the first blood is going to be blank at first. The Philippines feels like they are winning this one by securing those one elimination. Handicapping on the side of 69, just having 3 more players to play around with and very little amount of loot to just have their gears on, because they don't have the time to put their gears on or even find anything yet. Already bombarded by a lot of shots by the Philippine second team.
You know what I noticed? Like 69 from Indonesia is always dropping within compounds with another team, but always failing the engagement in the process. Like, I hate to word it the way I did, but you're looking at it right now. When do you see 69 on themselves? They're always with another team onto a compound.
I feel like they're still trying to find sort of a compound that can have sort of dominant over it, but it just didn't feel right by, you know, I'm not sure if they have one particular compound that they're very comfortable with, but right now it feels like very, very awkward for them every single time, for them to actually force a fight too early on. I did notice the same thing as you did. I have to agree, but so far Just Pace finished off and knocked down on 2, and this might be it. This might be it. This is the compound they actually finished off the side of a Philippine team. Only remain with Blanks, who got himself that first blood, and now trying to play it quietly inside of this shack. But this shack will not hold on much longer. Still trying to retaliate, but Ravone finish off. Now this is the compound they might actually want to actually ponder on, because right now 69 do have a big share of them. And finally start to win fights into compounds.
Well, it's about time. 69. They've banged their heads on the wall for far too long, and finally something going on their way, and they took out Philippines at that. Still a pretty formidable nation to come into the sport. As we've seen time and time again, it's always between Vietnam, Thailand, and occasionally Philippines being in between those skirmishes. So one of them out, which means there's less to worry about. But now Laos, it's PG. Can they keep the momentum they did in the previous round and maybe rise above the ranks?
I did see how Porza actually got himself some off angle that's golden for the team. Now can he pull that off again? Because I'm waiting for back out to never back out, which never gonna happen. So for back out, just gonna back out all day long. He's playing the bait for the team as well. That's true. We saw that happen in last map, right? But on the side of Vietnam team, they have this compound all by themselves. Look at how separated they are, how confident they are when it comes to taking care of themselves and not even contested here. So you can expect at this point, when it comes to the first few circles or the first few stages of a circle, the teams that will have those skirmishes will be the teams that not on the top spot yet. We're talking about the Philippines and Indonesia. Even Malaysia might actually try to get in a bit of a brawl early on just to get themselves at least secured with a couple of elimination points. But those are actually taking out the compound by the side of Vietnam and Thai teams. Nobody willing to touch them.
Yeah, I think people learn, right? In the first Erangel today, they were at Yasnaya and everyone was just like saturated within the area. You could say maybe it's a circle thing because they did get the circle in the first Erangel of the day. But also, at this point, you probably tell yourself, hey, Vietnam drops there, man. It's probably one of those. I'm not going to stand up against them. Choose somewhere else to drop on to, because that's just a death sentence at that point.
And that's true. I mean, like, they're not willing to put everything at risk. Maybe they just need to be a bit more confident with themselves if they want to actually do that. That definitely just shows and reflect. They're not really sure about how will they fare when it comes to CQC in the first few initial rounds of the maps. If they want to head on to get CQC straight in the Titan's lair. But the side of Gig Slate or Malaysian team, I'm surprised how they're not performing this time. They are number 16.
Well, hence why I did a little brush for fun earlier on today, right? I think
we noticed that, thanks.
Yeah, it's time that they do a little bit of something different. I don't know, honestly, because I can't say they don't know what they're doing because they know more than we do. Number two, the damn good has been proven time and time again to always show up in the MVPs doing what he does best. Something's just not working out. But talking about not working out, it's Logan 777 here, Infinity. Well, I think it's gonna work out for Infinity with the sheer numbers itself, and it's Loki who might find himself at the bottom end of the foot, but actually Mela gets gunned down. This is bad for Infinity. If anything, they could just secure the kill, and it's just one man. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No way. Now 1 second chasing the tails of Gotani. Got himself drift in the field of the open. But he still got on 1 second with that DP28. But how? Still from afar. Wait, how many miles is that? That's like more than 200 meters apart. Still Loki secures that one now. That one Loki to actually deceive all these players. And just now it was Mana giving extra support to the side of Loki. But Loki was such an opener for the team. He clutched with the entirety of Infinity right in his face.
That's how you know they love the containers compound.
It's Infinity.
Yeah, I know. But also, maybe, let's give it a second to think about it. Maybe they just understand containers so much. So when Infinity went into their environment, they got lost. It's a maze down in the containers there. And I don't know. I'm just trying to find ways to justify because, yeah, that wouldn't have happened.
They were throwing bodies willingly one by one and not getting into as a unit. They tried to, but it was a bit too late when they got themselves knocked down on Logan at first. And one by one just go easily down to the side of Loki, who barely got that much to work with at first. But Marnet even giving support fire from the back within those mazes. What a miraculous outcome coming up from the side of Loki and the entire team just now. I mean, like, we're talking about the Thais, who's supposed to be the number 2 spot. Now even DX being ambushed by KE. What is happening here?
Close quarters? DX, come on. You can't lose this one out. Already they even out the trade. Now more members have fallen down like flies. Lamborghini now walks in with a shotgun, but it's already primed up that grenade here. Will it actually connect? Oh, nice lob. It does. DX find themselves in the back foot here. Only Chua GH. Come on. If anyone's going to be able to clutch things out, it should be him. Trying to go for it. Chua GH wiggled around the Jeep for a second, but yeah, gunfire coming in from the back inside. And VPE also. They stopped them on the tracks, and guess what? They're out.
I'm baffled how wild these guys can get. Talking about the rising of a tide here. Cambodian second team eliminated, but they take the fight straight into the Titans' lair. Both and the second and third place team have been shut out, entirely done. Even the fourth place, leaving Cambodia first team to get the reign over podium spot, and nobody else within their reach except for the Thai second team, first team. Out of nowhere. I mean, this is surprising.
Well, at least we got our narrative still straight. Wait, hold on. Philippines. Well, he's not being able to take him out on the get-go. But the narrative stays, and at least you know they will still be holding the #1 spot at least till the next map if nothing drastic happens. But right now, they're increasing the league, and if it wasn't for Cambodia's second team to bow out so soon, it could have been 2 teams up in the top 2 position from Cambodia.
I have to say, coming out from FOD, the entire team of Cambodians right now are crazy. They are driving insane here. So many unexpected moves coming up from them. Even Vietnam's second team are thinking it twice to actually engage with all the other teams. He's stuck in the middle for Tran G with Philippines around that area as well. And the circle happened to be right on top of Jogopol. Oh my goodness me. This is going to be a tough one for those not familiarized themselves with the mazes in Jogopol. Plus, look at how crazy the fight can get. We're still on the second phase of a circle, but all you drive, all the players really hasty enough to get themselves in the safe zone. They're forcing so much fight time by time. We're talking about Tranji stuck in the middle, but lucky enough there's nobody else around him somewhere. Not close enough to actually see he pop himself that smoke, but that smoke definitely will attract too much attention while they are in the middle of the crossfire.
Things has just taken it for the worse for some of these sub-power star teams. Meanwhile, the other VPE is left to try and clutch things out for his teammates. Toss on the Molotov, stops him from advancing. But he's left his teammate there to tank in all the bullets while he goes in for the reload, and now he'll be capped and ready to go on in. But Schwaps takes a nade. Now on his knees, Stones has to come in. He sees 3, or at least 2. 1 through the door itself. He knows the other one was always been within this room. Can he try and play his way out of this one? I've seen Stone do many good things in life before. This could be one of those if he can hold it off.
Wait, kid. That was a self-team nade. That was newsy. Nading on to a straps. An accident that definitely should have not happened. And now even Gate coming out from the Malaysian team, butting into their nose in here as well. And this is not great for the Vampires. The Thai teams are taking a bit of a blunder and finished off by Myanmar. Myanmar now be digging their own grave, walking into the trap right into the hands of the Malaysian team. This is going really, really dark turn here for the side of the Thais.
I don't even understand this game. You're saying Infinity and VPE is out, DX is out. You have one more Vietnamese teams who might even bow out as well. And this team, this map just took everyone, take all the best player and nerfed them to the ground.
And for Cambodia, this is the best they can actually expect to be because of why? Vietnam's second team is so hard to actually reach out to them. The gap is going to be even further now. As FOD, they are not showing any sign of stopping or slowing down. They're now hunting down all the other players as well. Running over to the side of where Mumbai is. Mumbai cooked the net, they hit it, but it's going to be a bit of exchange for the trade. As both of the players and both of the team have one knockdown each, but Mumbai will not be picked up by Raimon. Now cooking up the other one. If it happens to be the perfect angle, they can just hit 2 birds with 1 stone right now, but still managed to get a reset out of it. Nang still gonna reset himself, but Mumbai bleeding out inside of a Mushroom Tower. John on the other end got clipped quite a bit, knocked down by Ramos Nip from afar.
Well, they're just going to go in for it. Might as well. We're going to help their allies. It's still salvageable, and they will after they take down one. But meanwhile, the rest of this Philippine squad, where were they? They come in from the backstab here. Dragon 777 spots out the Cambodians and shoots them by the window itself. Rankid now trying to hold it off for FOD. FOD Joseph decides to walk it off. Pretty low here, but Monboy secures that onto John. And what seemed to be a great attempt, this Cambodian squad has now taken dire hit towards its vital points.
They try to retreat back for a bit just in case if there's anybody else, but Philippine second team got eliminated next in that skirmish. While FOD, they retreat to reset themselves. That is actually a good retreat timing as well. And we have one more contender here. It's going to be the Brunei taking the fight straight into the hands of HF Axe finish of agency. And now it's going to be Haven next for them to actually have their prey on. It's going to be Newbies, Dewey, and also Piazza try to play around this high hill. But it's going to be 1 second from behind actually being spotted out by Chewy, and the rest of Brunei's been clipped quite a bit. Tried to cover himself in the smoke, hoping to buy himself time to reset. He got it, and now they have it. Another go, trying to reassess the situation, reposition themselves to get better view where the shots coming up from. It's going to be SLD right under the crosshair. But Chuan G from SLD will be guarded to the side of Newbie. They try to defy and deny their entrance towards the safe zone here. They're just going to heavily guarding over and being the gatekeeper on this side. But Heaven is still alive.
Look, damn good just got a shot. And if the narratives are true within this map alone, all the underdogs are going to rise above the rest, which means team number 16 might just have a shot to come back up strong and maybe get some leads back onto their favor and turn the tides. Look, another Indonesian out, although they haven't been performing so well lately. But my eyes are on the underdogs at this point.
Yeah, we're talking about the team that still remains in here, including Lao. But the side of Brunei is that Motorbike will not actually cover as much as Mana and Chuan Ji, both on two different teams and two different flags entirely, taking down on the teams that happen to be transitioned right in the center of it. We're talking about Myanmar start to getting themselves a lot of eliminations. Back to the side of Loki. Might actually spot out Chuan Ji. Piazza is bleeding out with his buggy as well. The rest of Brunei, that was the worst timing possible for them to transition in, and they got eliminated due to that judgment call as well. But Chuan Ji now spotted out YG on the other end, which is going to be Myanmar team. Marnet, YG 1 second, and Loki put themselves in a different angle entirely, in almost a straight line, but having a wider view for what's happening around them, scouting out their perimeters as well. As Chuan Ji tried to give the pressure to the side of Marnet. Marnet is not flayed over this kind of the pressure at all. He's still pushing in, and Chuan Ji almost got clipped entirely due to that, but he still managed to knock down on Marnet, the front liner coming up from Myanmar team.
Right now, that Cambodian squad that was playing super aggressive out, which means Vietnam, they remain to be the only powerhouse left to play this entirety of the map. I know Battle Royale doesn't work that way, but logically speaking, this is their game to lose, and they've already got 2 across the board. Can they get even more? Can they at least put up a fight, seeing as though that they should be the top contenders? Trying to play by the hill here, but the Philippines, they have the sheer numbers, and they're holding off, especially with Myanmar coming in from the back end, just, preventing them from actually committing onto this hillside fight. Let's look at a circle. Geek is finally in. All members still up and running. They might have a thing going on with PG soon enough. Same can be said with Genesis and Yangon. The 2 teams from the same region is going to have to battle each other eventually, I feel.
But back to the side of SLD and also Philippine teams here. They tried to fight for this hill the longest time, thinking it might actually shift it towards the right side. But Trong's in, taking on one of the players from afar and taking on finish off straight away. They can't even revive him. Ranked realize it's an effort in vain, just trying to back up for a bit. We do have GZ of Lao. Both Lao team is still playing in this one. Another team is going to be PG. waiting for the right time to engage to a side of Gig Slate from Malaysia. But side of Vietnam, Truong's in, still fighting over a small hill. Both Lao team taking a bit of their compound here. Those who are on the high grounds and those actually inside of apartment. Those actually on the outskirts of it, still trying to stop Philippine team to rush into the city, but Stuxnet spot them out. This is going to be it. This is going to be the opportunity for the Malaysia team to get themselves extra elimination points from afar.
Points is points. And right now, Malaysia, they're starved from it. They need to get something across the board. They have got a star-studded lineup, and this is not the finish we would have expected them to have. Right now, GC under gunfire, but it's PH who falls down onto Assassin from the far side. Coming in clutch, right next to him actually. Did you not notice that advancement from the get-go? Philippines now have to back off. Most likely Raymond grabs a car and run away. That would be 3 points going to the side of PG.
No.
So Laos, they're going to call in some big dinners for tonight.
It's not just that, Raimon. I'm not sure if he managed to place himself safely out there, because you have to pick your poison. Everywhere he tried to run, there's no space and no land to run on. Every angle there'll be one team, and Malaysia finished off Philippines just now. And the circle shrinks even further. We talk about who will be favored. Will it be PG side or will it be YG side? Where the circle will be in the center again. GE got himself with YG. The Myanmar got the most of the circle. Same goes to Malaysia, coming up from the southwest of the circle as well. But PG have to cut across this. We do have one more team up on the hill for now, who couldn't even try to push in. It's going to be Lao team GZ, while PG got himself in the compound inside of the circle. They have to climb down the hill. Now, how to climb down from the open space there with so many eyes watching you on this side?
They have to eventually try. Circles not going to be great on their end. They can't always stay in their nest forever. The only thing they can do is hope that teams make the mistake to expose themselves. Let them clear off a bunch of them before making their advancement downwards. Because even now, this seems like an iffy play right here. The moment they see cars driving in, you're going to get blown up. That's 3 teams shooting onto your direction. Your car won't stand a chance.
They got 2 cars. They're split into 2-2. It would be great, because the moment they drive in, it's going to be SLD or PG or even GE, even Gig, who got finished out by back out. This time it's not backing out. It's going all in.
He's back in the game, one might say, from Laos. PG doing work. And look, it's back out with the only kill on the board for his team. So definitely not the one who back out here.
Back towards the side of GZ and PG. Now GZ is slowly going small steps, approaching to the side of PG just next to them. This is going to be a big opportunity for the other teams to take the advantage on if they start to fight each other. But we do have SLD still playing at the back line. They're not moving in the city just yet. They're playing around the hills, knowing for the fact that they don't want to be part of this just yet. GE and YG feels like a lot of civil war in between these teams. We're down to 6 teams only, while Malaysians remain with 2 players left with 8 eliminations in the back. But Laos second team is still with 4 men. Same good for Myanmar first team here, who got himself already 6 eliminations by far. West spotted out 1 second through that window, tried to connect a couple of shots, but look at 1 second being sneaky about it. Did 1 pick, knows exactly where West at. Even leaned backwards just to see, give it a flashy sort of a pick to the side of West. Got clipped quite a bit, but SLD, they're playing this very smart. It depends on the next circle if they're being favored or not. If not, it's going to be really tough for them to get inside. But if they got the circle, the rest of the other teams will be shut down in the hands of Vietnam second team here.
Yeah, this is a tough one to play out as Vietnam. I personally would let them run its course, seeing as though that you're probably on the highest plane. No one else is within your vicinity. I mean, you're doing your best to hide, but eventually you're not pressured to pretty much rush into the house just yet. So you can inch your way forward, make sure, let whatever fight that you can assume happening in front of you, run its course. Don't be so greedy about it. You don't have to be part of that battle.
Oh, SLD for the for the side of Vietnam team. Seems like the circle's not favor the few, and they have to force themselves in here. And we do have only Master Ichi to go over their side. It's actually a good sign for SLD or Vietnam to actually push into. Nobody's actually getting. Never mind, we do have West, but West already hopped onto that buggy, and he might actually go to the side of Master Ichi and going to go over this compound, this apartment here. It's gonna be a 3-story, and straight off the window, they're gonna see SLD crouching, proning down. Nobody's actually having their attention on this side. None of them ever think that there will be somebody coming up from the outskirts of the city at all. But coming up from now is going to be CQC. They start to rush in. Symbol is down and finished off. Lizzie is quite slither of health left remaining. Tinny spraying over with a UMP and back out, cooking up the net, hoping it will actually land on the stairs. 20, cooking it straight in this angle. If you drop it now, it's going to be a perfect one. Might push towards the entire team, but close enough. Managed to take out on back out, leaving only 2 players coming up from the PG side.
Oh, he's just right for an inch away from that flames itself. He just needs to toss on in another set of nades, which he has primed up. Ooh. But it bounces back onto him. That's probably not the best of plays. A little mishap there, but they will go in with the revive. PG picks up the members, maybe going in with the adrenaline. It's instantly to 80, trying to go in and play things out as fairly as possible. GZ, they're under the pressure, but they haven't cracked just yet. And it seems like they might have the composure back onto level-headed minds. They can fight this out, I believe so. But it's going to be pretty iffy for them to do so. Now that Geek Slate has gotten some members out of their way, and they can look to come in, shooting from the outside. You have to take the fight indoors. And meanwhile, SLD found the opportunity to push into compound, securing their way into circle, but not just yet. They have to make sure that the rest of the Myanmar teams are down and out.
The Myanmar GE were a bit too occupied towards the side of YG, and the moment they are a bit too busy, they forgot about what's guarding them from behind. It's going to be SLD pushing in here, taking advantage of the civil war happening right across them. Now Vietnam taking this into their hands, and the matter got worse by Geek Fam also might actually take this as a third party. They still have 9 eliminations, so 2 eliminations by the side of Malaysia teams, slowly taking a baby step towards overall ranking so far. But for Master Ichi, yeah, he's thinking about which angle should I place myself to. But Tronji already cooking up the nade. Master Ichi is just gonna play the corner. They know exactly where he stands. And DBS don't even get to play out as they wipe the entirety of Myanmar's second team, flushing them out of the way, leaving us with only 5 teams left.
5 teams, and Malaysia is one of the 5. This is one thing we haven't seen this entire day. Now they're here, but they only down to 2 members. But Laos, both Laos teams occupying the top 5 position. This should be theirs. You know what's weird? It's like whenever one country does pretty well, the other one benefits from it. It's almost like there's some unspoken theater. But we shan't linger around that one. Vietnam has got Myanmar to handle with. Right across the windows, he will be spraying it down. Quang Ji. Does he get it though? 1 sec. Cute Loki and Romeo Boy, they've just gotten their entire compounds taken over by the likes of SLD. And SLD, they're still pressured to make a move right now in the blue. Their days are numbered, but I don't think they can cheat death. They're trying to still play away, find a way to fight, keep fighting in this game.
It's all down to who got closed off by the blue zone first here, who got the most worst luck possible to actually work around. I think SLD for Vietnam, they have to leave this compound. There's only a corner to work around with. They have to think about how to cross their path towards this, the open street. But PJ and GZ, like it or not, everybody has to jump down there. The blue zone start strings. And the smoke's already opened up, and while Paws are going for it, he's gonna just casually toss around another nade hit on 20. They know exactly they have to be in the corner. Tini just jumped down, spot out by Lizzie, and the rest of the Paws got shot down as well. It's gonna be a bit of a trading to do, but Lizzie going through around the smoke. One more Lao team will be eliminated here. Down to only one left. They're crossing the street. Might actually spot out by Kickfam, damn good, but YG and Marnet, the rest of YG and Myanmar, taking this into their hands as well. They're having the most men to work around. Back out, knocked down. Honda have to face against Gig Fam, but finally being eliminated. And now down to Lao, leaving one man bleeding out. Myanmar have full squad to work around. They have the numbers. They have the advantage. They have the zone is not clipping on their side just yet. Monet switching over to DBS. Just finished things
Run
off
through to the other
casually.
side.
Running through the other side, and he got missed. Honda, my clutch for the team. Myanmar still taking it away. So close, but who would have thought? This game, the wildcard region, Myanmar, Cambodia, and also Laos has been playing so well to close things off with our last Erangel map later on.
My God, PG, he could have nearly clutched that one out, albeit it was an impossible push. It's one man against the whole squad, but the circle was also closing. That would have kind of, forced the like of the Myanmar team to overstep themselves. But unfortunately, he saw one, he clipped it, and he immediately panicked, didn't know what to do, decided to run out the other direction a little bit late. Otherwise, we could have been clipped in the highlights right there. But nonetheless, Myanmar getting that winner chicken dinner. It plays into the narrative. It is one for the underdogs this match, where all powerhouses walked away with the least amount of points that they've been earning comparatively to what they have been putting out here in day number 1 of the final stage, Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023.
I mean, there's so many ifs, so many would have, could have situation, including the Thai first team. The South team Nate just now was really detrimental. They were in the middle of a war where there's two teams closing in on both sides of the angle. And they happen to be having mishaps during that time as well. It's just really unfortunate. And we're talking about the wildcard team like Laos and Cambodia, right? Even Myanmar. Starting really aggressive, very proactive, unusual coming out from them. And these teams coming out from Vietnam, Thai teams, even those veterans are really, really long time veteran with a lot of podium spots before this was done. They were like, what is happening? Why is this team something sort of taken over them when it comes to having those bold choices of movement? And in the judgment call, just remarkable. I'm loving what I'm looking at, because it's like so out of the box, something that we don't get to see before at all.
I totally agree on that sentiment. This was by far the most enjoyable Erangel match, but that's not saying much, seeing as though that we have one more to be the judge, at least for today. But Cambodia making the bold decision to hey, we're taking on your compounds. It doesn't matter that you're DX. We got close. We got 13 elimination as our highest bid in a single map. You got 14. We can take this on, and actually won that fight. I mean, kudos also to, given that VPE was at the mercy of DX as well. They were shooting from the back end side. So I'm not trying to take away glory from the Cambodians, but hey, to make the decision to first push into their compound, that's already doing something that nobody would have expected. So yeah, we've seen it time and time again. They usually turn their backs and run away.
And also coming out from the Laos and also Indonesia team, we have to give them a lot of credit to start to realize, you know what, they are humans too, we are humans too. And just now coming up from the Cambodian, got themselves a double digit with 13 elimination, just shows that they can actually sort of having that kind of result. Just the same goes for the teams that has been taking a lot of podium. We're talking about even in qualifiers, Vietnam and Thailand has been taking it number 1, number 2, even the top 3 all day long. And just realize there's a boost of morale coming up from this team. Myanmar and Laos are team to focus. Even the Cambodia performed well as well, but this is rare sight. This is such a rare view. Coming up, Myanmar again with 13 elimination. 13 is the magic number for today for the wildcard region. And they got themselves quite a number of damage. But when it comes to grenades being used by Laos first team, look at that. they are just so close of hitting that 50s as well.
Yeah, I mean, take a screenshot right now. There's not one that happens often. Myanmar and Laos, of all places, Laos to be there is a statement in itself. Right now, Myanmar with that 23 pointers. I mean, we know that YG's always had it, especially within the wildcard region, but Laos to come on top this much, that's a huge improvement. Not too bad for Vietnam's second squad here, at least getting themselves at 9 pointers. So they might be able to propel themselves and maintain the position within the top 4 last check. But Cambodia definitely stepped up big time. And I don't think it's justified within this match ranking table itself. They're finishing 8th, 10th here. But we know the moves they made, that was only something you probably moved in desperation towards the last few circles to take over compounds. They did it at minute 1.
I just wish they play like this more often for the teams that have always been the underdog. But this time the MVP is going to be Marnet. You remember how they shot down teams coming out from Infinity early on, right on top of Jogapur before, where I think that was like Loki with alongside with Marnet supporting from the back line, taking so much for the team and just shut down Thai's second team entirely just by working as a duo at first. Loki and Marnet, what a pairing that we can see here today with 900 over damage with 3 eliminations just by this one guy. Marnet is always a star player for the Myanmar teams here, and definitely he's deserving more when it comes to the spotlight. And Loki just plays as well players to focus. Ichi coming up from Myanmar, another second team, just closing up to second place. Well, I do have Cambodia, Myanmar, and not even a Lao player. I just wish one more Lao player to play as the focus here. But it's going to be the wildcard region taking over the reign in the Southest Asian Esports Championship for now.
Yeah, I mean, Loki has to be the player to focus at number 1. Come on. That maneuver he did with the Infinity, 1v2, bamboozling them through the maze of containers. That right there is a highlight-worthy thing for sure. Make sure you make a clip out of it, highlight it, hashtag him, whatever. Cute Loki. I guess you could say that.
Well, the difference is because just slightly higher damage coming out from Mane with a 9 over damage. But if you look over here, this is what surprises us so much. The other teams couldn't even try to start to battle out because Myanmar have been proactively rotating throughout the entire map. Again, hitting almost 3,000 damage dashed out by these guys. And last time they hit the 3,000 numbers, but this time close enough. But for the second team, they got half of what they have to offer compared to Myanmar first team. The one that's really a bit sad in this case is going to be Vietnam's second team. They managed to squeeze in the top 5, but the 1,700 over damage with that 5 elimination did not justify the points they had. But this time Malaysia, I have to say, this is the most proactive round they actually exhibited to us, that they showcased. And throughout the entire day, like 4 maps early on, they only gained 5 points. This is the most they actually get when it comes to the entire day of day number 1 coming up from Malaysia team as well.
Yeah, that's not really a good thing now, is it?
At least it's a good start, eh? It's better none than it's better late than none, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say it looks like signs of reversal, and perhaps right after this, some of the teams that haven't had a good day will try and put themselves and staple themselves in the topper end. Right now, it will be held by Cambodia at the number 1 spot, 54 total points. Thailand coming in second at 44, and the rest of Vietnam at 43 points, both 43 points each here in the top 4 position. Myanmar now rising above the occasion at the 5th spot, so now they're in the top 5.
And Laos is slowly climbing up to the first page as well, but due to how the second to the 5th place kind of being eliminated early on, I think Cambodia is quite safe with 10-point gap for now in the first day. I'm not sure what's going to happen the second day. It's going to be the rise of the Titans or something like that. But definitely today is going to be a lot of wildcard teams slowly climbing up. I want to see how they finish by the end of today. But aside from that, the Philippine team still stuck down there at 11th, 16th place. Same goes for Malaysia, same goes for Brunei. Feels like they're stuck on the second page for quite a bit. They have to change their approach, going back to the drawing board and just figure out and reassess the situation about how they want to approach the last map of the day. We're down to only one last Erangel here.
Yeah, last map of the day means they have to make whatever this map is count. Whatever tricks they have in the sleeves, it's time to unfold it, because then everything else is going to go on a reset. Now, Erangel, if they played the way they did, what do I want to see different? I want to see Laos this time around. Learn from Cambodia. Start going out shooting people. You know you can do it. We've seen you shoot. You wiped off DX once. You can do it again.
This March of 2023, we're excited to announce that the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile is back. In this comeback, the C Esports Championship PUBG Mobile also plays the role of a friendly tournament for the C regional teams before the 32nd C Games. 20 teams from 10 countries: Vietnam, Brunei, the Philippines, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Indonesia, and Cambodia will compete to a prize pool up to $30,000. The C Esports Championship 2023 PUBG Mobile is divided into two phases: qualifiers and finals. The qualifiers will have 20 teams divided into 5 groups, competing in 3 days from March 8th to 10th without live streaming. 16 teams with the highest point will be qualified for finals. The finals will kick in from March 11th to 12th, and we're happy to broadcast it for all the fans. Each day of the finals, the teams will compete in 3 maps: Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, with the maps order alternated. Totally 6 matches per day. The teams gain points will be decided based on their ranking and eliminations after each match. Each elimination is counted as 1 point. Winner chicken dinner now grants the team 10 points. Second place gets 6 points, third place gets 5 points, and the points decrease gradually for the lower ranked teams. In this tournament, we will witness the best team fights for the $6,000. Runner-up team will get $4,000 and $1,500 for the second runner-up. From top 4 to top 8, they will get $500 for each team. With each winner chicken dinner, team participants also get $115 for each match from qualifier stage to final stage. More than that, we're also awarding individual prize such as finals MVP and gunslinger with $500 each. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party. Now, are you ready to walk with the tournament? Let's enjoy the survival party.
What? Huh?
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next Playzone and Airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The trace
And we are back for our final push in the last Erangel map here in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023, which is brought to you none other than PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios, and definitely coming up also Veresa and VNG Games will be your casters here today, which is going to be me, Chuchu and Keith. What a day here, Keith, we have.
It's been one heck of a run. We've seen many powerful teams showing off their power spike, but that spike has since seen a decline. So could it be a phase within the journey in which the underdogs becomes the hero for once? I don't know. That's all down to what momentum they leave off here in day number 1. So far, we're seeing a lot of the other teams in the wildcard region stepping up. Cambodia, especially right now, 2 teams in the top 4 position. Can they maintain their lead and move on to the next day as the number 1 team to look out for to play on the entire event, or will someone else take it back from them? That all goes down with the one game.
I mean, like, if you want to go mainstream, definitely we're going to root for Vietnam or Thais, right? That's going to be the usual mainstream top contenders as always. But we want to see something different here today. We talked about how it's so unusual for Laos to even go so active and aggressive since the start. And Myanmar, I mean, like, these are the team that we know back then as Orange, right? We know for a fact there has been the Worlds before, so it's not something that unusual. I mean, like, something that surprises too much, but it has been a while since we saw them back at this sort of a caliber of play. They have been very quiet for the longest time. One of the teams that used to be up there and then declining their performance, quiet since then, like what, 2 years back, almost 3 years for them to actually didn't have this sort of caliber of play, and now they're back in the game. But aside from that, I'm happy to see Philippines start to slowly rise up. In case of Malaysia, I mean, like, they're nowhere, it's still down there. Indonesian used to be up there. It's like a bit of a topsy-turvy situation. We're talking about the flip of the coin entirely when it comes to Southest Asia Esports Championship.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing to point out as well. Indonesia, there's a lot of expectations coming in from that region alone, right? They did pretty well in the former SEA Games. I think they got like a silver or something. It was definitely an awarded finish. And here they are, not even showing strides off just yet, and not even close to a wow factor moment or some sort of display from the nation there. But hopefully things will turn out for the better here when it comes to this last Erangel match of the day. All in on this one. Leave everything you've got and reset comes tomorrow for day number 2. So Erangel, this match should be the one that counts.
It's the last map of the day, but still have a lot more, 6 more maps tomorrow. But the thing is, you don't want the gap is too far within reach. Is it a tall order for us still to ask for the wildcards to actually finish off with a bang? Because I can't wait to see what kind of explosive game that can actually give us and feasting our eyes on this. I mean, like, this is a privilege to actually witness in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship already. I really want them so bad to maintain the top spot, to give a wake-up call for all other regions out there. They are there for the wildcard regions. They are here to stay as well. But will it be taken down, those kind of hope, with the mainstream teams or the Titans as usual, the Vietnam, the Thais, are actually taken away in the last minute because it's still within their reach to just take away the podium spot again. But when it comes to the flight path, we do have sort of a Miltatus up Savani, very similar to the previous one, but it's a bit towards the right side this time. But is the circle still going to be ended up on the northern side? Because so far we've seen a lot of northern circle for Erangel today.
Well, the only best way to make this last game interesting is to throw a curveball. So I do hope it's something nobody would have seen that coming. And by that, I haven't seen a single person go all the way to like Ferry Pier or so. So that if the circle closes on there, that could be great.
I mean, like, the circle has been on top of the flight path all day long. The one that really venture into the SMB, we do have a lot of a southern team, including Geek coming up from Malaysia. There have been a lot of swapping for their drop spot here, if you noticed. But Stuxnet didn't work out so well as 3 teams contesting over the same spot. And Stuxnet straight into the trees, spreading down to avoid a splat coming out from the Thai second teammate. Got Tanya and Mela on the buggy. Definitely was spotted out. They know exactly where he stands.
Oh no.
Spray it down. Nothing to work. Nothing at all. Oh,
That is just painful to watch. Stuxnet just went there, look at the car being driven away right in front of his eyes, and he got shot down in the process too. Not even a sympathy, spare you. They don't even spare you for sympathy or so. Now Vietnam finding himself clashed in compounds with the rest. I believe this is DX again with 69. 69 always drops in where people resides, but this time around it's DX as the company within the compound. I don't think you want that, but they may not have known.
The thing is, they're dropping it way too late. DX already landed way earlier than them, and they were still flying on their parachute when they're trying to actually take this compound alongside with DX. It's just really going downhill for the side of 69. They were being knocked down when they're still in the air with that parachute.
Ouch, that's a statement right there. Lamborghini. They got just pay. Some of them not healthy, got picked up with. And so this is a grim sight yet again from 69. I swear, whenever a game starts, camera moves straight to 69 because of this very reason. They never drop in a safer place. At this rate, maybe you gotta relook into your strategy and maybe adopt what Cambodia is doing. Play it a bit safe, make it in the top 8, then start going guns blazing. Because then, if you're in the 8th position and onwards, you've eliminated half the team, so you don't have to worry as much as another team coming in from a different angle because they're all probably already gone.
Well, feels like they want to fight and contest towards the bigger towns in the case of the Indonesian team. But for the Bruneians, they're just going to drop on top of Roshok. We did have very similar circles for the entire day. For the first one to pop out, it's right going to be on the northern side, quite in the middle as well. So very similar circles for the entire day. Erangel here today as well. But for the side of 69 of Indonesia, it feels, I don't know, I feel like it's so much they can actually prove to us. There's so much potential for the team as well. They did had a good fight early on. They won that fight when they were fighting against Bruneians, if I'm not mistaken, or Philippine teams early on. But this time they're fighting against a team that's really specializing in CQC. Quite hard to kind of secure that compound for themselves. But this time the circle will be right on top of Roshok, will be just on the outskirts of Pachinki, that Potato Hill, or will it be, well, on top of that Motown of Roshok? Because you do have Bruneians, KE and PG hovering around the same area. I have a feeling they might actually clash anytime soon. But the closest is going to be DX, which is going to be the Vietnam team versus another team right on top of it. Which team is it? It's going to be, oh, it's still 69, yeah. They're not leaving the compound just yet.
I don't think they can do much. Even if they leave, they get gunned down in the process. Well, like you said, statistically, people who runs gets eaten alive, right? So it's a kill or be killed situation. Kind of have to make the choices more often than not. Meanwhile, VPE they have been stopped a fair few times and by the Cambodians nonetheless. And so they have to be careful because Cambodia number 2 and 1 both seemingly as lethal as another. Although Cambodia 2 has been set back a little bit right now in the 7th position, 41 points. That's not too far from the top 54, only by their brothers with Cambodia 1.
Now another Indonesian team, which is going to be HFX. HFX is very of a contrast if you compare with 69, right? They're taking their sweet time to look up and gear up first and trying to find an opportunity whenever they can and always go for the compounds and high ground first. See if they can be a third party. They're very wise when it comes to making decisions. It's just, it's their firepower that's kind of making them as a stunt here. They just easily taken it back when they're being rushed in. But Chingy still taken by DX. The longest time we know, like how many years they've been taking over Pachinki for the Savis as a team, even in the Pro League. But I'm not sure how they can actually build that one out for 69. They have to just wait and bide their time while waiting for the Vietnam team to leave that compound. Then only they can actually start to move as well. But PG coming from Laos, I have a feeling they might actually not gonna wait things out. Based on the last performance, a boost of their confidence and morale. Feels like they'll be very proactive in this last map as well. If they want to just compound hopping, they can. They do have the vehicle. They have what it means to actually start to take a fight. They built up there a lot of gears, a level 3, enough for the utilities. They can actually go for it.
They could make the attempt. I mean, we've seen PG. They're just, we call it sleepers, right? Someone who has the potential, just shy away from taking those opportunities. But we know they got what it takes. And so this place, again, this is how they defeated Infinity. Here in this container docks area about a pier. You probably don't want to fight them there. And I think Infinity should learn a little bit from that mistakes. That is where they will reside. Meanwhile, VPE up against the rest of the likes of GE, who is playing from the low ground. It's just one guy to scout out forward. They have to be careful. Maybe they can get the first knock for entry. It's Tony K. That's a big knock if they do so.
Yep, definitely an opening for the team. But Honda, on the other hand, they couldn't call it Honida. Used to known as Honda. Cost this guy quite a lot of time for his games back then. He was one of the high caliber players for the team as well. But yeah, popping up a couple of smokes to make sure they can actually leave this compound or start to rush into a sort of Indonesia team. HFX will be the next target. Honda start to breach into the same apartment here. Still on the lower ground or the ground floor. Try to see if there's any extra loot he can actually take out from. It's just next to HFX. Might actually peek into the window spot straight into the eyes of HFX along the way, but will they back up? Well, back up will definitely be specialized in backing out. Feels like they'll back up. If that's back out, they're gonna back out. They will not engage. I don't know why. If there's no back out, usually Honda will push in. But they're kind of stuck between Brunei teams as well as the other team. But we have a couple of clips here where Gig Fam being ambushed by Infinity of Thai teams. Snipes just place himself in an awkward position, open up for shots. Straight away finish off, and that's going to be really tough for Malaysia as they remain with only one player left there.
That was barely an ambush. They were making it out from SNB. It was that. I'm pretty sure they should have known this since, you know, it was also Infinity who took the car from them and shot Stuxnet down. So, you know, go figure. Whatever. That one, so it's not a Malaysian day today. Tomorrow, maybe. I'd like to see some fight coming in from the bottom half of the entire draft, right? They're from Laos. They've all stepped up. Brunei, come on. They've got to show me the IESF team caliber that they had.
Feels like they lost their entire momentum here, and even sparks come out from Brunei and Malaysia just back to back at 13 and 14 place. These are the teams that really have good potential of showcasing what they have, but they're not showing us on the first day. I'm not sure if that's tactical or it's just something that they have to work on around with. FODN in Philippines having a bit of a splat moment again as Joseph bleeding out. We do have Nang pushing straight into Dragon and just having a bit of a swerve. But that swerve, the sort of a drift caught him on his own grave. Now Easy gonna do the same thing here as Dragon recuperate and reset himself. Spotted out. Easy just gonna go easily in the DBS, but there's one more player you have to be extra careful. Secures the elimination first for Easy side and waiting for the last player coming out from a Philippine. Mon Boy is gonna be coming from PBE lineup here. We'll try to actually finish off Easy, the last member coming up from Cambodia. Not really last player. They have only Joseph kneeling down, but here comes GE at the same time. Speaking of timing.
That, he deserved that one very much, but hold that thought, because Genesis comes in, immediately takes out easy as he could be. Spring down onto the low grounds. The Rasa Genesis is here to play cleanup. Master walking out with a smile, especially with this nade being propped up. Tossed on forward. Oh, he's got to be careful. He tossed one onto this general vicinity of his allies, and they will reign supreme as GE actually claims that that Cambodian team will be set back. So we all know the ceiling is at 57 points. Anything to get closer to it. But like you were saying, on the previous skirmish that they had there, he deserved that. He totally whiffed that drive-by and still wanted to go for it. I would have just immediately drive across and only turn in there. But he made the exit, got shot, and it's something that they have to pay the price for.
Now for GE, they're basically just housekeeping team, just gonna clean up the mess that occurred by the two teams before. But this is quite a rare circle. We never had Pachinki for the longest time. The last time we had Pachinki was way in season 1 on PMCO days, and then nowhere to be near even Pachinki. It's always around Gatka Field or even the potato hills of Pachinki. But this feels like right on top of Pachinki. I'm not sure if 69 of Indonesia actually foresee this. Hence, they are trying to just take a brawl against DX, who has been their initial drop spot. This is the lair. This is basically like the alleyway of DX to actually take this in. This is their circle to start with, but Lamborghini already shot down early on by SLD while transitioning into the Pachinki area, but this is going to be a bit of urban warfare. So expect a bit slower because there's so many corners around the compounds as well.
Yep, 69 still within it. I'm not sure if this could swing anything towards their way, because historically they don't hold the compounds very well as well. But maybe this could change things up. Hot 2K, I think they got a knock onto one of GZ, secures the kill. That's one kill going away of 69 to possibly make it worth it. DX still alive, and like you said, this was their circle. So they will have so much advantage here. They've already spawned in the area of location. They've looted the entire place up. They have pretty much enough to go and raise hell towards others. But right now, GZ and the gunfire, again, with the likes of 69 and PG, also in a skirmish of their own.
Oh, there's so many highs inside of GZ and PG right now, including HFX, 69. And GZ leaving only with 2 men alive. PG got shot from afar just now. HFX pushing into it right at the back of the corner. And Smokes pops up as well, just making sure they're clouding himself, not being envisioned in the side of PG. This is going to be HFX taking advantage, flushing them out with another nade, giving such pressure from the back. There's also GZ in the front. PG stuck in between, caught themselves in a trap. As Agency will try to play around the corner, spot out. He knows exactly where he stands. Pruning or not, it's gonna be, wait, what? They are the one who rushed in there.
Well, a little misplaying of their hands, I would say so myself. HFX, you mentioned it. If it wasn't for the lack of gun power, firepower, they would have been in better days and better positions, but they have made it this far into the CE World Championship, so perhaps we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But that is them for their day 1. They have to come in stronger comes day number 2, because there's a lot of climbing to do. Meanwhile, GE, extremely aggressive, seemingly finding their way, and they even got the hills.
Ooh.
which is now severely contested by VPE, but they were first movers. SLD, meanwhile, focusing sights onto KE. That's Puff Puff. They're down for the count.
Pickles trying to find somebody in a different apartment, hoping he will actually clash with somebody else. But on the side of Tony K, easily taking Ichi without breaking any sweat here for Vampires. Still playing at the outskirts instead of inside of a city. As always, if you notice about the Thais, they prefer to stay outside instead of indoors. It's quite hard for you to actually gain any sort of information for the team if you're playing inside of an apartment or inside of a city itself. So they decided to actually play around it as they tried to get towards the side of GE, who actually tried to push themselves from the high ground towards inside of a circle. But Philippines, they park themselves, all Philippine teams coming up for both Monboy and Pickles, two different teams, but same nation. They already place themselves in the center of attention here, with DX coming in just at the corner, leaving Caulfield. Lamborghini and Frankie Chua, they know this compound way better than the others. This is their initial drop spot. They have been here the longest. Just a bit of a yo-yo they made early on, just going in, back out for a bit, and just coming back in just to see the perimeters scouting about, just in case anybody else tried to crush into it as their compound. A Blank's already made it in. Heard a couple of shots, but I have no clue where the shots coming up from. It's going to be coming up from Laos, possibly going a bit of a civil war. But for the Vampires, the Thai taking a bit of more time. It will shift outside of Pachinki. It's going to be right in the open field here. We have Infinity coming in very late, like I mentioned before. The Thais will not play in the city unless they need it to, if that's going to be the circle. If still got a lot of grounds outside, they're going to go outside playing.
A great entry by Vampire Esports. They take one down and made their way on top of the hills of Pachinki. They could look to get another one. They have Master Smiles in within the grave of Smokes. Now GE, they were first movers, and now they're going to get conquered with West. Left alive, right behind a little rock. Doesn't even have time to kind of react and retaliate. Immediately out, 14th place. 3 eliminations, and now VPE takes the high ground up against the Bruneians.
Still at the rim of a circle, no necessity to actually force themselves to push in, but it's a bit of a favor being traded in for that greeting given by Bruneians before they just re-greet them again with a Kobe. And Chuan Ji finish off, Vietnam taking it away under the noses of the Thai teams there, stealing off the eliminations from their hands, while the Vampires giving the pressure to the side of Chewy. Last remaining player of the Brunei still standing, Oshako bleeding out. It's going to be SLD pushing from the back. They are stuck in a trap here, as ESB or Brunei's eliminator was really dicey for them to actually get out from their first place. Now the fight will take straight into Vampires towards the side of SLD if they want to. They spotted out a couple of players knocked out early on. They heard the gunshot. Tony K start greeting them with those sprays and taps with that Mini 14.
They greet indeed, but it feels more like a warning coming up from Vampires themselves. Right now looking to hunt. They don't even care about the circle. They're driving in and out of it. Meanwhile, Rabis, gets caught out. I think they know that he's trying to make a tricky way up into this compound. He's made the move, leaving his teammates in the back end. And now Cambodia looking to push on through. Now, they've done this before. Can they do it again? Cambodia, Kaya gets a hefty amount of hit, but not down for the count just yet. However, the rest of Vietnam, and it is Chua GH, who's staring them down through the barrels of the gun. Meanwhile, 69 going up against the Filipinos right underneath the bridge. Playing crosshairs at this point. Will not get the kill.
It's going to be a fight of a chopstick trench here. 69 got knocked down again by Pickles coming up from the Philippine teams. Blanks at the rest of them, trying to find the rest of 69 of Indonesia team. But Tansky start to push forward, as 24th row will no way for them to actually save him. They do have a lot of team breathing down their necks here. Honda taking on 24th row easily. Chuangzi start to fight against Myanmar 1 second, but Tansky tried to revive his mate. Tell him not to move too much, possibly. Tansky could not possibly try to revive him there. He's moving too much. Ravone, stay quiet. He's trying to do his work there. But back to the side of LSLD. The Vietnam fighting Myanmar. Romeo Boy asking for help from Loki, but Loki don't have enough smoke to take covers on. Just gonna give a bit of a pressure, just buying himself a bit more time. I'm not sure why they were still hovering there for 69. They could have leave and just willingly given away to the side of Philippines. It feels like they are just giving it away freely.
Hey, like I said, man, 69, they've got their story straight. They were always losing in team fights. So I guess there's nothing to be worried about. Nothing to suspect it. Meanwhile, it's looking like, you know, we're back up with the bullish trend here with Vietnam. 6 kills already with SLD. Still have all 4 members remaining. DX, I could imagine, still holding the ground as well. Pretty formidably. Right now, 6 and 5 in a kill score for both Vietnam's teams respectively. That's how you know their boys are back.
Yeah, I'm saying this for the ties, 5-3 for them. But the rest of the other team, Laos first team on the other end, got himself 4 eliminations by now. Still have 4-man squad to work around the corner. But Laos on second team, they only have 2 more players left. The one actually in the center of the circle just now was actually Gip Slate from Malaysia. Right in the center now, circle shifted again and shrink down. Damn good. I'm not sure how much longer he can actually stand himself there in the open field. But at the same time, Origin of SLD start to venture out. Now scouting about the perimeters just to make sure there's anybody else come out from the northern side of the circle or not. Back out this time, we're back in and try to scout towards the side of DX, Lamborghini and the rest of the Vietnam first team there. Got himself 1 compound to work with. They're still not willing to leave Pochinki just yet, but the circle will be on the outskirts of Pochinki. Like it or not, they have to leave these buildings. And Frankie hovering around, just Marnet across there. I think he spotted out Marnet. You see just a glimpse of it, spotted out the head. And that's going to be a bit of a spray, just clipped quite a bit. And Vampire, Newsy and Stone will leave this one. It's going to be Infinity coming up to us, charging on the Vampire side. Delivering the heels here, and Marnet just barely hanging on to the side of this truck.
Man, Frankie is an absolute beast, dude. I don't know how he got these pixel perfect shots on, but he's always been able to shoot from a distance. And this time, Lamborghini closes this chapter with a DBS. Blast him right off his entire existence. 5 kills, 40 vampires. They live forever. And you can see that all their members are still living and breathing. Now shooting down towards the likes of Infinity. Fear 11. Oh, retaliates. It is PG from across.
Seems like you have a 3-way wall. Make it 4 here. PG from the back line. Taking advantage about what's Infinity and Vampires actually going against each other's throats. We have SLD around the corner. PG from afar taking the fight into their hands from as a third party perspective. Newsy playing around the rim of the blue zone just to attract the attention towards him so they have a bit of a space to reset for the rest of the lineup. Bear on the other end kind of stuck in between. That's going to be the last member coming up from Thai's second team. Wahonda from afar. Speaking of Lao, PG who scouted over those fighting on the Thai teams on the hills, taking their crosshair, just switched to the side of Philippines. Now SLD just across them as well. PG and the rest of the Lao team got themselves quite a volume of eliminations already, 6 across the board. But Thai first team and Vietnam also get themselves quite a hectic amount of it with 8 and 7 respectively. But SLD, there's going to be one Nate to rule them all. They are in a very small compound, very small house. I'm not sure if there's anybody stopping by, one of them being knocked down here. DP20 in his hands, but the rest of Vampires do want to take the fight right across them. But DX making sure they have to switch over the attention on this side as well.
Oh, Newsy gets knocked down. Reb is from the far end. Flips onto him despite being under smokes. I don't think the rest of the Vampires will go in for the revive. It seems like a lost cause. At this point, Schweppes will make his way and advance forward. He has eyes onto the compounds in which he wishes to take over here. Tossed in the bottle of sun. It will burn the rest of the members. Should it connect, and he will take Paragon down for the count. At the very least, Schweppes not healthy, not looking healthy himself. As do the rest of SLD, and that nade takes down 2, leaving only 1 to be playing with. Tony K, this is where this Wonder Kid will find his way to shine, and he pushes it through. Sees 1 by the corner, takes 2 down. It is the entirety of SLD with 7 points out in 5th place.
Thanks to Schraps, who's giving such an opening for the side of Tony K to rush in there, leaving the ties to only one flag of Vietnam and Thailand. Double Lao team here, but Honda is not stopping, taking the taps from afar with a Mini 14. This is where they perform best of Lao when it's not a CQC. Vampires, on the other hand, they got that one team and 12 eliminations already. Schraps got 7 and Tony K assists on 3 as well. Schraps, his nade never whiffed, never missed. And now he starts to spray against one of the top teams as well. Lamborghini being taken down. Down to Frankie, slither of health. The Thai slowly losing men. No, the Vietnam slowly losing men. The Thai's running over this. Now it's down to Lao versus Thai. The one Thai team has been taking so much monstrosity around this Erangel. Dominant performance. PG a bit busy with 20. Where GZ is going to be the next contender, just next to each other. Ones might actually win this, might be the Thais.
And they've done spectacularly, but so as PG right now, 11. This Laos team has been snoozed upon right now. Honda, okay, so there's a saying with Honda engines. It's called VTEC, and that is if you hit high enough RPM, it goes absolutely crazy, and he's showing it right now. 5 kills late into the stage of today's game. He's going for sure, and right now Nate's been tossed on forward to deal with GZ for the time being. Flush him out. It goes down mano in mano, but VPA, they've made the advancement center circle, and they're gatekeeping people within the circles itself.
It happens, shifting towards the northern side. It's still gonna be their circle. PG, right now they have Honda and Yang or not. It feels like going south, but still got Tony K on his knees. That's gonna be the opening. He got the numbers down to 2v4. They got the circle for the Thais, but Lao, they got the numbers. They go in for the rush, back out, going all in towards the back line entirely. Spot out Stone, but the nade breeds it in first. Stone, that nade was pre-cooked before. Oh man, it was less than 10 meters apart from them. Lazy knockdown and Porza now trying to go for the flank side. Schraps going on the other end. They are exchanging fires. Well, they're gonna pick up and just replace himself, but he's not avoiding the soul. He tried his best to actually save his mate for Stone, but didn't actually move away from the molly. But Porza pushing with the DBS, got him right in the crosshair. But Porza playing it very patiently, going ring around the rosy. There's only one rock in between them. Going with the spray. Spray trumps the DBS at this point.
It is Stone, it's not the spray. Stone is just the absolute god when it comes to clutching things out, and just like that, the Tides have turned into an even favor, 2v2. However, Compound goes the side of Laos, but that nade itself, it is going to turn this into a 1v2 situation. They will be burned into the blue, so they will have to eventually lose their advantage and their comforts. Schraps blindly through the smokes, toss a nade on forward. Stone, Lizzie gets hit and knocked out. It's a 1v1 situation. Honida going up against Schweppes. Honida has got the prime nade in place. He has made the advancement forward. Still more nades in hand. He has got an idea, thanks to Stone. Possibly that information has been transferred, but the smokes, it's looking worse for wear right now. Who will make the most mistakes?
Back to as a Mexican fight. Both teams got one man knocked down. They even deny the points here from PG, sacrificing their mate along the process just to take down on one more player of Vampires. Coming up from Ties. Here comes Honda. Honida trying to push it towards the side of Schraps. He got the silhouette in the smoke. He tried to play a ring around the rosy. It's going to be just one tree in between them. Honda trying to play with the M416. Schraps trying to just recuperate. This is Tony spot out Stone, but it's not the one that he was fighting for.
Oh no!
It's going to be Schraps with a getty soon. Oh my god! The clutch for 2v4. What is this? They had the numbers.
Schweppes being an absolute god. How would he have calculated that? He went down in the prone position under the smokes, goes in with the med kit, killed himself immediately. The tide has turned, and here he is again with the hot hand pose, carrying his team on his backs, you said, and that's exactly what he did. He's walking off with a broken back, but it's all worth it because Thailand, BPE, they take home another chicken dinner.
I'm speechless. Yes, they got the circle, but it was 2v4. And that was a blind Nate toss over on the side of Thai first team here. We're talking about remarkable plays. This is beyond remarkable. This is just... My goodness me, how? Schweppes, if he didn't get the MVP, I'm just...
No one else deserves it.
No one else. Schweppes had been such a clutcher. He choked the entire team of 4 Lao player. And that one Nate knocked down on 2, blindly just tossing about in the smoke. We're talking about smoke in between, it's so thick, you can barely see him. He got himself the ghillie suit, yes, but you saw how they tried to find him so hard. We saw Honda trying to go the other way, but he knows, he calculated everything.
It's more than just that, it was also kind of... He took a chance, and that chance paid off, right? Like any
chance is once
player.
or twice. That was the entire way.
No, think about it. Any given player who decides to go in with a med kit while proning in the ground in the smoke, the moment you hear footsteps, you're gonna freak out and cancel your position and try to go for it with a lower HP. The man stuck it through, and that itself have turned the tides, because why? At that point, he can take a couple of hits and not end the game and actually take on that front-facing battle. The dude's insane.
I have no words for it. Like, this is one of the best play I've seen by Schweppes. It's always about Newsy, it's always about Tony K, but Schweppes deserve more. I mean, like, Schweppes is always under the spotlight, but this is like, he should be under the sun right now, and it's not even a spotlight anymore. It should be in heavens, because why? Schweppes have been such an opener for the team. Not just that, when they were a 4 in the fields, right? In the open field of Gatka, right up, I even spat myself all on the outskirts of Pachinki just now. He opened up so much space for Tony K to get those eliminations due to his Nate that get doubled down entirely. And he made it again in the last few calls. It was a 2v4, Keith. Feels like the numbers had it going for Lao, and they got quite a number of eliminations. But this is going to be breaking another record in the hands of the Thai teams to get themselves another high record of volume of kills.
I think it's about 18. Last I checked, he had 14, and that was an entire team, right? So that's an additional 4. Maybe about 18 per match. I don't know. Whatever it is, Schweppes is an absolute god in this game itself. And what you said is true. He was the one who initiated, who threw in Molotovs into the compound that flushed them all out in the first place. So it turned the tides for a bit. Schweppes, who is this man? Can we know more about him? Write a whole biography, publish it the next day.
I mean... I'm not expecting this sort of caliber of so high in this tournament, you know. I mean, like this, they are stepping into another level of play here coming from the Thai teams. You're talking about individual skills to a certain caliber. It's almost impossible for him to actually do it. Yes, it's a 1v1, but not to the extent for you to actually calculate and foresee everything that might actually happen. So many steps forward. We're talking about how he managed to nade the moment Lao team trying to push and got 2 down, equaled the field out. It was down to 1v1. And Honda happens to be spotting out those being knocked down first instead of finding Schweppes, who's hiding in the bush, hiding within the grass with his ghillie suit. He was right across him at first, and the way he swings it, he swerves around his gun, he didn't whiff.
That was afraid too. There was a point midway through, I said to myself, uh-oh, because he was getting sprayed down. He had less health points to work around with than Honida himself. At that note, I was like, it's gonna be painful. The VP was gonna lose that 1v1 engagement, but then that happened, and now I'm absolutely mind blown. I don't think there's many more else to say to actually elevate that thing, that play right there. You gotta immortalize it. Put it in the highlights.
You know what? Feels like every conditions would take right for a Lao team to actually get that one. But you know, they just smash it right in the face of Lao team, saying that nope, one player or two players, we still can fight the entire squad by ourselves. Make it even to 3 squad at this point. 18 eliminations, that's the highest we have in this tournament. Highest that I've cut was 20-ish. But this is something already a strong one when it comes to sea level. And the most damage, 3,440, coming up from also those 2 guys. But Laos, when it comes to grenades, they're breaking the numbers out. There's 60 grenades being used by Laos first team.
So Vietnam, in this single day alone, they have set records and have them broken by other teams itself. Both the most elimination and both the most grenade usage. Right now, Vietnam, time to kick up the knot because we know they have what it takes. But I have to shine a spotlight, like you said, shine the sun. Probably not on VPE. They're vampires. They probably won't appreciate it. But onto Laos as they find themselves here with a 20-pointer at 14 eliminations. You're talking about a team who performed just as well as Vietnam.
Yeah, I agree. And Laos first team coming out, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be team of a Paradise Esports for their lineups here. Plays quite strongly in this matchup. I have a feeling they might actually get into top 5 after we calculate and tally up all the overall ranking. But for the Thais, are they taking back that number 1 spot? Because they're not that too far either. I'm not sure where Myanmar fare when it comes to the overall rankings later on. But we do have Malaysia without any points. The Indonesian first team, that's going to be 69. And the Cambodians, they're having hot and cold here. We're talking about they're being shut down entirely for this last map. And Vietnam and Thai refuse to let go of that podium spot. But MVP, come on, guys.
I disagree. It's all right. They can choose whatever they want. So one thing about the MVP graphics, they look at just the sheer numbers. Maybe Tony K did do the most damage within the group. But really, all the plays that can't be accounted for, it has to be Shrubs itself. But it's Shrubs who got them the number 1 spot, I would say that, in the overalls. Because you said they topped the number 1. I think they have. Because the roof was 57 by Cambodia. And now with 28 coming in.
You see that one. I mean, like Straps and Tony K working as a duo, as a frontliner, as Straps always being the one that open up the rush or open up the space for the team with his grenade. And the moment that happens, Tony K will rush and do the job done. It's always the case for the coming up from these 2 players. But for Honda, this guy makes so much remarkable play for the team as well. I mean, like Lizzie, he's working as a duo, as Lizzie so far. We do have Indonesia's second team, Hulk, coming in here, surprisingly, coming up from 69. And his damage output is not too bad either. I mean, like 69 is actually kind of have themselves in the FMVP run. But when it comes to the last 2 matches, it's going to be dominant over only 2 teams. This time, Thai breaking the record with 3,440 damage output with 18 elimination, which tally up and justify whatever they dished out, they gain it back.
Yeah, a good investment, you would say. Meanwhile, Laos, look at them. They worked harder than they should. Getting paid a little bit less here for their efforts, but nonetheless, coming out from Laos, that's definitely a statement to be made. The Vietnam fared not too bad, 7 and 6 respectively between Vietnam 2 and Vietnam 1, and that leaves the rest of the entire battlefield hungry for any sort of elimination points. The highest you can bridge right after that is 3 points.
A lot of zeros this time. Feels really tough for the players that actually didn't make it for the first day, especially on the second page show. They didn't gain too much when it comes to the overall rankings. The gap is just vast. We're talking about 60 points in between 11th place to the first place. That's like 60 points in between it. Within a day, you cannot catch that up anymore if they don't straight from the first game tomorrow to push it out. But Thai still taking back that number 1 spot after that round. It was a TV4. It's just a turning of a tide. Look at the gap between the first and second team. Cambodia being pushed down. Vietnam taking back 3rd and 4th place. But Laos, surprisingly, they've been pushed down as well. They were at 7 and 8 early on.
Oh, well, what changed? What changed exactly? I have no idea, but it is what it is. Hey, the numbers don't lie, and we might have missed out on a couple of moments because it was outshunned by Laos themselves. Then again, consistency speaking, Laos wasn't the best at it. So maybe in the grand scheme of things, in the overall for the day, it didn't, fare too impressive in the total points. But nevertheless, this is a good start to show your hand on what you're capable of and maybe bring that forward and over onto the next day, final day 2 for the Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023.
Okay, I'm gonna take that back. Laos second team was actually the one on the first page, and Laos first team is the one that actually on the second page. Now they actually push up, catching up to both teams around next to each other, right? So imagine what's gonna happen tomorrow, because even today, starting off with a bang come up from the Thai teams, then finish off with an explosive ending coming up from the underdogs. What could have happened for tomorrow? For the second page team, they need to work things out. But I think this is it for us today, Keith, because we might have another run for our Southeast Asia Esports Championship 2023 tomorrow. Stay tuned, we have 6 more matches left. But that's it from us. Bye-bye.